The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., June 9, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Mark Takano to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, we humble ourselves and pray to you, yielding our wills to yours and giving ourselves over to your authority. We pray that you would be merciful in your discipline. Search our hearts and melt all hardness that you find therein. Liberate us from the bonds of hostility that prevent us from living lives of love and compassion. Inspire us also to humble ourselves and to unite in prayer as a nation. Search the soul of our society and speak into the pain and suffering. Hold us accountable to the countless ways we are inclined to stray from your will. Then silence the voices within and among us which vie for power and strive to eliminate cooperation. Remind us of your desire for mutual and respectful dialogue and of our responsibility to respect those with whom you have called us to serve. Call us not to listen for our own counsel, but to heed your own. Call us out when we hasten to judge the differences of opinion rather than work for the common good. And call us from our intransigence into your transcendent presence, that we would experience your grace and be transformed by your Spirit. May we serve the people, your people, with kindness and wisdom this day. In your divine name we pray. Amen.
Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Day's Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce.
Would you please join with me in the pledge to our flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 5 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to urge my colleagues to support reinstating the assault weapons ban. The AR-15 has become the weapon of choice for shooters looking to kill as many people as possible in as little time as possible. Researchers estimate that if we still had a federal assault weapons ban, we'd see 70% fewer mass shooting deaths. The number of mass shootings has skyrocketed since the original assault weapons ban expired in 2004. These weapons have been used in the deadliest shootings in our history, from Sandy Hook to Parkland to Uvalde. They're weapons of war that have no place in our community. This is the amount of damage which is done by one bullet fired by an AR-15 when it enters the body. That's the bullet. That's the size of the damage. The bodies of kids in Uvalde were riddled so badly with wounds that their parents had to use DNA tests to identify their own children. One family identified their child by their shoes. Their shoes. These weapons don't just kill, they slaughter, they decimate. They're designed for death and maximum destruction. They have no place in our schools, in our streets, or anywhere in our communities. We know that the original assault weapons ban worked, and we have to reinstate it before more innocent lives are lost.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, I rise to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, this week we mark the 78th anniversary of the D-Day landing in northern France. 3 years ago, I had the honor of visiting the Normandy coastline to see the Utah and Omaha beaches, to see the memorial where the 2nd Ranger Battalion made their heroic stand, to see the graves of the men who did not come home, and who are now buried in the French countryside. Those who fought in Normandy and across France on the road to victory in Europe, they came from all walks of life. Those individuals were bound by a common goal, to stand for freedom and to liberate the oppressed. They were part of our nation's greatest generation. And now, as they grow older and move on to their eternal salvation, we must continue to remember their courage, remember their sacrifice. Their legacy of service and bravery is at the heart of what makes the United States the greatest nation on the earth. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts rise? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the common sense gun safety legislation my colleagues and I have introduced this week. The horrific shootings in Buffalo and Uvalde are a painful reminder that action to stop gun violence is long overdue, and that Republicans' decades of stonewalling is an intentional decision to allow Americans, including children, to continue to be slaughtered. In particular, the GOP and its gun policy puppet master, the NRA, is obsessed with assault weapons. As a Marine, I ate, trained, patrolled, and slept with an assault weapon for 4 years. These are weapons of war designed to kill humans. There is no constitutional defense for civilian ownership of assault weapons, even under the D.C. Heller interpretation of the Second Amendment. And there is certainly no rational explanation for why a mentally disturbed young man should be able to purchase a weapon of war along with high-capacity magazines with no questions asked. The GOP needs to stand up to the NRA and its dangerous juvenile obsession with assault weapons. Otherwise, this slaughter will continue. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in memory of Jimmy Burke Jr., a loving father and husband, servant, leader, and veteran from the great state of Georgia. Jimmy was born in Savannah in 1935 and grew up on Tybee Island, where he lived and served throughout his life. He was devoted to his family and community and showed pride in being a true Irish Savannian. His Irish heritage was very close to his heart, as shown by him serving as a member of the St. Patrick's Day Committee for 65 years. He was even elected to be the Distinguished Grand Marshal of the St. Patrick's Day Parade in 1993. He served in many ways, such as a founding member of the Irish Heritage Society, being elected to the Tybee Island City Council, and serving as the president of the Tybee Island Republicans. Jimmy also served his country in the United States Marine Corps Reserve for 8 years and the 117th Georgia Air National Guard for 3 years. He will continue to smile down on Savannah and Tybee Island through his family and his noble service to the Irish community. Jimmy will surely be missed by all who knew him. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Pell Grant Program. 50 years ago, Congress amended the Higher Education Act by creating the Basic Educational Opportunity Grant to provide direct financial aid to low-income students so that they would have the same opportunities and the same access to higher education as others. Since then, the Pell Grant has been a cornerstone investment in the lives and futures of nearly 80 million students across the country. In my district, more than $123 million in Pell Grants have been awarded to students just last year. Think of the difference that has made. As a former educator myself, I know the cost is one of the largest barriers to higher education, and here in Congress, I will continue to do everything in my power to support the Pell Grant program and ensure it continues to break down that very barrier. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A survey by the Wall Street Journal found that 83% of Americans describe the state of the economy as poor or not so good. President Biden's approval ratings are in free fall, and the American people are correct in holding him accountable for the skyrocketing prices. Since entering office, President Biden's policies of big government spending and attacks on American energy have weakened America's economy and placed enormous burden on working families. My Republican colleagues and I have called on President Biden to reverse course. The President should take immediate steps to unleash American energy, stop the out-of-control spending, and focus on the real issues that are hitting Americans in their pocketbooks. President Biden is completely out of touch. What's worse, our children and grandchildren will be responsible for paying for his mess. President Biden must stop blaming others for his failures and start embracing the solutions that are in the best interest of the American people. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House. 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, during the debate on guns, Representative Jordan and a few others on the Republican side said that the Second Amendment and the right to guns was a God-given right. I don't know anything in the Old Testament where God spoke to guns. I do know he spoke to Moses and gave him the Ten Commandments and said nothing about AR-15s or guns, but he said, "Thou shalt not kill." In the New Testament, I don't think Jesus said anything about guns or AR-15s, but he did say, "You shall beat your swords into plowshares." We're all created in the image of God, and I'm sure God would not like his powers, his name, and his authority to endorse the killing of young people through weapons that he was allegedly giving AR-15s. God would look askance at that type of logic. God bless America.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, please.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate student athletes from the University of Virginia for their success in winning the 2022 NCAA Division I Men's Tennis National Championship. Each year, the NCAA supports student athletes from roughly 1,100 institutions of higher learning, sponsoring 90 championships in 24 sports. Over 500,000 student athletes from across the United States compete each year for a national championship. Winning an NCAA championship is truly a remarkable achievement and deserving of celebration. On Sunday, May 22nd, 2022, the many years of hard work and perseverance of these UVA student athletes paid off. They defeated Kentucky 4-0, securing the program's 5th NCAA Division I Men's National Championship, all of those coming in the last 10 years. I'm proud to rise today to congratulate these student athletes and the University of Virginia for this great achievement. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, as the Biden inflation worsens and Americans are forced to choose between buying groceries or filling their gas tanks, Democrats will hold a primetime, Hollywood-produced sham hearing of their unconstitutional Select Committee to investigate January 6th. Most Americans won't watch. In fact, America's most watched news source, Fox News, won't even be covering the hearing live. That won't stop Democrats from trying to pull out all the stops to do whatever they can to distract the American people from their inability to effectively govern. They've even hired a slick ABC News producer to produce the hearing to ensure their spectacle is ready for prime time. I hope come November, when folks head to the polls, they remember Democrats decided to put politics first instead of focusing on the real-life issues we all face today. It is truly a shame. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1153, I call up H.R. 2377, the Federal Extreme Risk Protection Order Act of 2021, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 256, H.R. 2377, a bill to authorize the issuance of extreme risk protection orders.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1153, in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee print 117-46, modified by the amendment printed in House Report 117-356, is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 2377.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, over the past several weeks, we have watched in horror as gun violence has touched communities across the country, and dozens of people, young and old, have lost their lives. The details of each case may differ, each tragic in its own way, but there is one theme that comes up most often. Someone deeply troubled, experiencing some sort of crisis, had easy access to firearms. And all too often, the warning signs were clear, but nothing was done to keep guns out of their hands before it was too late. H.R. 2377, the Federal Extreme Risk Protection Order Act, provides a sensible means by which someone who is exhibiting dangerous behavior can be prevented from possessing or purchasing firearms before tragedy strikes. This legislation, introduced by Representative Lucy McBath, authorizes federal courts to issue an Extreme Risk Protection Order, or ERPO, temporarily removing firearms from a person in crisis and preventing them from purchasing firearms. This only occurs after the court determines that there is evidence demonstrating that the person poses an imminent danger of injuring himself, herself, or others. The bill also includes legislation by Representative Salud Carbayal, which provides funding to states to enact ERPO statutes of their own. We know that extreme risk laws save lives. We have witnessed their effectiveness in state after state, beginning in 2016 when California passed the first such law. Since then, 18 other states and the District of Columbia have enacted similar laws. An analysis of the first 3 years of California's extreme risk law found that these orders were used for 58 mass shooting threats, including 6 in which a minor threatened to target a school. These orders were also used in response to 82 threats of suicide, and they worked. No suicides occurred among individuals who were subject to the orders. Federal courts have long been bastions of due process, and accordingly, this legislation includes strong due process provisions that strike the appropriate balance between protecting the rights of the gun owner and ensuring community safety. Every court that has reviewed laws similar to this bill has found that the procedural safeguards are sufficient. And as then Seventh Circuit Judge Amy Coney Barrett wrote, "History is consistent with common sense. It demonstrates that legislatures have the power to prohibit dangerous people from possessing guns." Madam Speaker, the Constitution does not require us to wait until lives are lost. As we address the scourge of gun violence, a blight that killed 45,000 Americans in 2020 alone, let us remember that there are no perfect solutions. We are painfully aware that we cannot do enough to save every life, and there is no one answer that will solve this problem. But we do know that taking guns out of the hands of people who pose a danger to themselves or others would save countless lives. This legislation would take meaningful steps to prevent gun violence tragedies in our communities, while at the same time protecting the due process rights of those individuals in crisis. I want to thank Representatives McBath and Carbajal for their leadership on this issue. I urge all members to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 3 minutes to my friend and the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan, for yielding. You know, we've heard some revealing things this week. It was just a few moments ago, our colleague from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen, lectured us that the Old Testament doesn't mention the word guns, and so we shouldn't claim that this is a fundamental freedom. You know, as usual, he misunderstands the point of Scripture and the Constitution. Here's the thing. As Americans, we respect and we protect the inalienable God-given right to self-protection and to the protection of innocent lives around us. President Biden said, among other outrageous things this week we've heard, President Biden said that he wanted to ban 9mm handguns. That's one of the most widely owned handguns by law-abiding citizens in this country. Mr. Cicilline of Rhode Island, now infamously in our committee hearing, exclaimed, quote, "Spare me the BS," that's not what he said, "spare me the BS about constitutional rights." It's pretty revealing. Mr. Jones, in the same hearing just a few moments later, he said that if Democrats don't get their way on their gun control wish list, that they will abolish the filibuster and pack the Supreme Court. They're saying the quiet parts out loud. See, that wish list that they have includes taking away guns from Americans without the constitutionally required due process of law, which is exactly what this bill would do. It would allow the courts to take guns away from people without notice and without even the right to appear in the hearing to defend themselves in court. Now, the other side is going to tell you, and you'll hear in the argument here, hey, there is due process. Don't worry about it, they'll say, because people subjected to this process, they can just go to court and they can petition to get their firearms back. But I'll let my colleagues in on something that every first-year law student learns. Due process after the fact is no due process at all. Now, the other side's also going to argue here, get ready for it. They're going to claim that they've come up with a reasonable compromise by just making these gun confiscations orders temporary. They'll say it's only going to last 14 days. They won't tell you that these orders can be renewed indefinitely. My Democrat colleagues are going to tell you that this bill will save lives, but if you look at the objective studies, the comprehensive studies on this, you'll find that the red flag laws in all these states have had no significant effect on the rates of murder, suicide, or the number of people killed in mass public shootings. If this bill passes, people may have their information added to the national crime databases even though they committed no crime. In what version of America do we think that's okay? The Democrats claim Republicans don't care about gun violence, but while they may repeat this over and over and over, it doesn't make it any more true. If you look at the record, House Republicans have worked tirelessly to combat gun violence by enacting meaningful laws, to put more resources into mental health, to provide training for guidance counselors and fund grants for law enforcement. The other side, meanwhile, is actively trying to defund police, and just last week, they voted against giving money to schools to enhance security. Democrats refuse to work with us on legislation that would actually do something, that would actually reduce the rate of gun violence in this country. 30 more seconds?
Seconds.
Thank you. And instead, they are taking advantage of tragedies. That's what they're doing. They're taking advantage of tragedies to promote their agenda to destroy our constitutional rights, and it's shameful. I'll tell you this, when Republicans take back the majority next year, we will work to begin to address the root causes of the violence and the mayhem in our country. That day cannot come soon enough. Thank you for the time, and I yield back.
Does the gentleman reserve? Does the gentleman from Ohio reserve?
Yes, we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 5 minutes to the sponsor of the bill, the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. McBath.
The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of my bill, the Federal Extreme Risk Protection Order Act, a bill that would empower loved ones and law enforcement to help prevent mass shootings before they happen. Every family and every community in our nation deserves access to these life-saving measures. No child, no parent deserves to live in fear of gun violence. And we are paying for it. We're paying for this gun violence every single day. Day after day, hour after hour, we're paying for the weapons of war on our streets with the blood of our children in our schools. We are paying for the unfettered access with mothers and fathers waiting in line for a DNA test, forced to find out if it's their child that's riddled with bullets and maimed beyond recognition, if it's their child whose blood now blankets the floor of the classroom where they should be learning math and science and English. We are paying for this deadly gun culture with the lives of American people, with the lives of those that we in this body took an oath to protect. The American people are absolutely exhausted. We cannot continue to be the only country in the world where we let gun violence happen again and again and again. An entire generation is growing up learning that the adults that they look up to cannot, or rather not choose to, protect them. Now, we all agree that this status quo is unacceptable. We all understand that the murder of our children cannot continue. We need policies that will give our law enforcement the tools that they need, the tools they have asked for to help keep guns out of the hands of those who are a danger to themselves or to others. How many more victims are we going to memorialize? What rights do our children have as they grow in our lives and in our hearts? Parents across the country, in every state, in every community, know the fear that accompanies the love that we have for our children. It is a primal fear, a helpless fear, a love so deep that we worry and wonder every day, where is my child? Are they safe? Are they going to make it home today? Don't our parents have the right to send their kids off to school without the fear of them not coming home? Don't our children have the right to live free from the trauma that only stepping over a friend covered in blood could ever bring? How many more parents must receive the phone call that I did when I was told that my son was murdered? The phone call that confirms that fear that my child is dead and that I was unable to protect him. The phone call that leads you to cry out to God in your grief. Was my child afraid? Did he feel pain as the bullets ripped through his skin? Did he know he was loved more than he could ever imagine? We can do better than this. We must be better than this. We cannot be the only nation in the world where our children are torn apart on Tuesday and their deaths are gone from the news cycle by Wednesday. And that's why in the decades since my son was taken from me by a man with a gun, simply for playing loud music in his car, that I made a promise to Jordan and to my community and to the American people, a promise that I would continue to fight this battle for the rest of my life. The fight to make sure that not one more parent is forced to join this ever-growing club, the club that no mother or no father ever wants to be a part of. I promised that I would take all of the devotion as a mother that I have for my child, all the love that I poured out of my soul into my child, that I would do everything in my power to keep Jordan's community safe. Yes, you, my community. That the time would come where we would be able to make a difference in the lives of our children and our children's children. And this is that time. This is that moment. We are facing the challenge of our lifetime and the issue of our era.
Gentlelady, an extra 30 seconds.
This is that time. This is that moment. We are facing the challenge of our lifetime. This is the issue of our era. And today we must vote with the majority of American people that agree with us. We vote to provide law enforcement and family members the tools that they need to prevent these mass shootings. We vote to save lives. We vote to do what is right. We vote to stop the uniquely American horror that is ripping our families apart. God bless us, and I ask God to cover us in doing the right thing. And I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I recognize or yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Arizona, Ms. Lesko.
The gentlelady from Arizona is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Representative Jordan. I rise in opposition to H.R. 2377. I have 5 grandchildren. I would do anything to protect my 5 grandchildren, including, as a last resort, shooting them if I had to protect the lives of my grandchildren. Democrat bills that we've heard this week want to take away my right to protect my grandchildren. They want to take away the rights of law-abiding citizens to protect their own children and grandchildren and wives and brothers and sisters. This bill takes away due process from law-abiding citizens. Can you imagine if you had a disgruntled ex or somebody who hates you because of your political views, and they go to a judge and say, oh, this person is dangerous, and that judge would take away your guns, lean on the side of conservatism, take away the guns, without that person even having a knowledge that there was a court hearing that would take away their guns. This is wrong. When Republicans were in the majority, we actually passed legislation that was signed into law that would have prevented mass shootings. These bills would not. We need to join together, Republicans and Democrats. I hope they can do it in the Senate and get something done that actually saves children's lives. And with that, I yield back.
Reserve, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a June 7, 2022 Washington Post article entitled No Red Flag Laws Don't Violate Due Process Rights.
Without objection.
And Madam Speaker, I want to excoriate as absolute nonsense, pernicious nonsense, what we just heard from Mr. Johnson, from Ms. Lesko, and what I presume we'll hear for the rest of the debate on this bill. Red flag laws are in effect in 18 states and the District of Columbia. Every court that has considered them has found them constitutional. Every court has said that they meet the requirements of procedural due process. Every single court. I now yield 1 minute to the Speaker of the House, Ms. Pelosi.
The Speaker of the House is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank the gentleman for yielding, and I thank him for bringing his superior knowledge of our Constitution and the law of the land to bear in this important debate for the children. Yesterday, as we had the debate on so many other pieces of legislation which passed with bipartisan support, we said it was of the children, by the children, and for the children. Of them because they are suffering, by them because they are testifying in the Congress of the United States, apparently to no avail to some in the Congress, but making an emotional appeal to the facts of their case to the American people. And again, all of it for the children. To the Protecting Our Kids Act. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing that to the floor. The legislation passed yesterday had strong steps to save lives, whether it was raising the age to purchase weapons of war, to outlawing bump stocks and high-capacity magazines designed for mass murder, to cracking down on gun trafficking and ghost guns, and to strengthening safe storage requirements, to name just a few. Today, the House builds on this progress by passing our Federal Extreme Risk Protections Order Act, another life-saving measure aimed at preventing the next tragic shooting before it is too late. Too often, what we know is that Those who pose a risk of gun violence show early warning signs, a menacing message online, a troubled message to a loved one. Yet in too many communities across the country, concerned family members, friends, and law enforcement have no legal pathway to get deadly weapons out of the hands of these troubled individuals. Under the leadership of Congresswoman Lucy McBath, the House will pass an a bill empowering family members and law enforcement to seek a federal court order to temporarily remove access to a gun from individuals who pose a threat to themselves and to others. And thanks to the leadership of Congresswoman Salud Carbajal, this legislation will include incentives to encourage more states to adopt extreme risk protection order laws of their own. The incentives exist in many states, but not all. Doing so will not only protect from mass shootings, but also from the quiet, daily massacre by suicide and gun crimes. These so-called red flag laws by some are saving lives in the 19 states, and as was mentioned, the District of Columbia, where they have been enacted. The statistics show that. And the American people are overwhelmingly for this life-saving measure. Recent polling show 8 in 10 Americans support it. Madam Speaker, as you know, you've experienced in your state, gun violence in our nation has reached a fever pitch in recent weeks. People keep saying again and again and again, we have gun violence. I would say it's not again and again and again, it's always. It's not one after another, it's ongoing, whether it's mass murders that are high profile or every night in cities across our across our country. Sadly, too many members think in the wake of gun violence, a moment of silence is sufficient. A moment of silence. As Mr. Higgins said following the Buffalo massacre, we have a moment of silence, and then we must have action. And then we must have action. Today, all members have a chance to take action, to vote for another strong step, giving our communities a chance to prevent the next massacre. Indeed, as you know, and it even might not even be a massacre, it could be a family tragedy. So it's personal as well as community protection. Indeed, if you knew where and when the next gun incident would be, how could you oppose having the tools to possibly stop it? If you knew that children could possibly be exposed because of the action of someone, practically a child themselves, still a teenager, having access to a weapon of war, why wouldn't you want to take action to stop it? I urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join us in a strong bipartisan vote for this legislation. And it's states across the country, this is not partisan at all. Let's hope that it would not be in the House of Representatives. At the same time, we remain very, very prayerful and hopeful that the Senate will soon reach bipartisan agreement so that we'll move a step closer to freeing our children from the horrors of gun violence once and for all. Our children, whether it's violence to them or violence to their parents and family members, for the children, of the children, by the children. That's our mission. I urge an aye vote and yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
The gentlewoman yields. Reserve. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the most fundamental God-given rights that we possess, which is uniquely protected in our American Constitution, is the right to keep and bear arms for self-defense and to ensure that we remain a free people. We have seen under this administration, supported by the Democrat majority in this Congress, an unprecedented trampling on the basic rights of American citizens over the past 2 years. Our most precious freedoms to assemble together, to go where you want, to worship as you choose, to earn a living or operate your business, to keep your job or your employees, what you have to wear on your face, and whether or not you are required to receive a vaccine that you may not want or may not need, all trampled upon by Democrats in power. Democrats simply do not believe in the inalienable rights of American citizens to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They believe that your rights come from government, and they therefore have the right to take them away. The guarantee provided by our founders to ensure we remain free from foreign invasion, and yes, as our founders clearly warned us, from an oppressive government like we see in Canada, Australia, and the Democrats' beloved communist China, is the constitutional right of law-abiding citizens to be armed as they choose. Over and over, the founders affirmed and reiterated that Congress has no power to limit the right of lawful citizens to arm themselves. But H.R. 2377 would create a nationwide system of red flag
The gentleman's
laws
time has expired.
undermining this constitutional
The
guarantee
gentleman's
of due
time has
process,
expired.
which is required
The
for
gentleman's
depriving
time has
any American of their
The
Second
gentleman's
Amendment
time
right.
has expired.
Good job, Bobby.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to Representative Carbajal.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Representative Macbeth. Madam Speaker, 8 years ago, my own community of Isla Vista, near UC Santa Barbara, saw firsthand the horror and the trauma that a mass shooting brings. And in 8 years since that attack, we stood in solidarity with other communities, reeling from the hundreds of mass shootings in our schools, our shopping malls, our houses of worship, and our main streets. Madam Speaker, I share the outrage and frustration of the majority of Americans and many of my colleagues here in Congress that there are some in Congress who have kept us from doing our job, from protecting children by blocking common sense gun safety measures. But I stand before you today as the author of a gun safety measure that has enjoyed bipartisan support, that has been implemented in Republican and Democratic-led states alike, and has been proven to reduce gun deaths and stop mass shootings before they happen. I'm speaking about extreme risk protection orders, or as they are more commonly known, red flag laws. These laws are simple, and if an individual is showing signs that they may be a danger to themselves or others, a police officer or family member can, through due process, go to a judge and request an extreme risk protection order, which temporarily bars that person from owning or purchasing a firearm. These laws are already on the books in 19 states and in the District of Columbia, and in those places, they have saved lives. As part of the reason these laws work is because warning signs of mass shootings are not as rare as you might think. In fact, a U.S. study of school violence found that the majority of incidents come with clear warning signs, which we've seen before some of our most infamous school shootings: Columbine, Sandy Hook, Parkland, and even Uvalde. That's why in the wake of these tragedies, Republican and Democratic-led states have approved red flag laws that have gone on to intervene in thousands of potentially violent attacks before they happen. Florida residents, for example, have used ERPOs more than 8,000 times since they implemented the red flag law after the Parkland shooting. California implemented the red flag law after the UCSB Isla Vista attack in my community, and the police officers have used it to prevent numerous workplace attacks and other violent incidents. These red flag laws are also critical to reducing the largest form of gun deaths in our country: suicide by firearm. And
Madam Speaker, the gentleman's time has expired.
May we reserve 30 more seconds?
Gentleman.
And as someone who lost one of my own siblings to suicide by a gun, I personally am proud to stand in this chamber today in her memory, Carmen, to see my bill come to a vote. This measure is popular, bipartisan, and common sense. That may be why Republican senators have introduced similar legislation in the past to incentivize states to expand red flag laws and support states that already have them. There is no bill that we can pass that would be the panacea to solve our violence overnight. But with this measure and those we passed, we can make a major difference. We need to do this now.
The gentleman's
Thank
time
you
has
very much. I
expired.
yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Alex de Tocqueville said that the defining trait of socialism is, quote, a profound opposition to personal liberty and scorn for individual reason, a complete contempt for the individual. You know, socialists are hostile to our Bill of Rights specifically because it protects the individual against the state by guaranteeing our most fundamental rights, the means to defend them, and the guarantee that we can't be deprived of them except through due process of law. You have a right to have your day in court, to face your accuser, to present evidence on your behalf, to contest the charges brought against you. Now, if someone is adjudged to be dangerously mentally ill, of course they should not have access to firearms or to any other weapons. They shouldn't be on the street where they can do harm at all. They should be confined during the course of their illness so they can be treated and not endanger themselves or others. And we already have commitment procedures that address this in concert with our Constitution. In that process, you appear before a judge, you get to know the charges, you can face your accuser, you can plead your case, and you can present evidence on your own behalf in open court. But not under this bill. Under this bill, an anonymous accuser, including a jilted date or an ex-roommate, can trigger a secret proceeding that you don't even know is happening until the police show up at your door to strip you of your Second Amendment right to self-defense. And the burden then falls on you to try and restore it. And it won't stop here. The left's already branded speech they disagree with as dangerous. But they are right about one thing. This is an extreme risk bill. It's an extreme risk to our most fundamental individual rights as Americans.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Republican speakers obviously have more regard for their politics and for the National Rifle Association than they do for the lives of our children. We see that every moment here when they keep repeating the words that this is unconstitutional, when courts in 18 states and the District of Columbia have found them constitutional, and Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett, when on the Seventh Circuit, said, history is consistent with common sense. It demonstrates that legislatures have the power to prohibit dangerous people from possessing guns. So I don't think we should hear lectures on Democrats don't care about due process. We do. We also care about children's lives. Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Rhode Island, member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Cicilline.
The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the Federal Extreme Risk Protection Order Act. Before the Emmanuel Church shooting, before the Uvalde and El Paso and Parkland shootings and so many others, shooters showed warning signs or even flat out said what they were going to do. Before many die by suicide by gun, they show warning signs that they may be a danger to themselves. In these situations, there's often evidence that something terrible is going to happen. We know it, we can even articulate it, but we're often powerless to stop it. This bill remedies this situation. This bill would help prevent individuals who pose an imminent threat to themselves or others from accessing firearms by allowing law enforcement and family members to file a court petition in federal court to temporarily block dangerous individuals' access to guns. And despite the claim that this bill invades due process rights, this is absolutely false. It's a thinly veiled attempt to prevent any and all regulations of firearms in this country. As the chairman has said, it's been found constitutional. There's a hearing before the seizure with a judge, with witnesses, testimony under oath, affidavits. Judge makes a finding. Happens all the time in domestic violence cases. These guns can be only taken away for a temporary period after a hearing with a judge who determines on balance that it's necessary to do so for the safety of the gun owner or the community. This bill is so common sense. It's historically been bipartisan. The former Republican president supported it, introduced by Senator Lindsey Graham in the Senate. So I want to thank Congresswoman McBath. You know, our Republican colleagues this morning have been talking about their passion for the Second Amendment, their devotion to the right to bear arms. If only for a moment, they showed the same devotion, the same commitment to preserving the life of young people, the right to live a life free from gun violence, to be able to go to a movie theater or church or synagogue and not worry about their life and their liberty because they're gunned down by someone who shouldn't have a firearm. This is absolutely the most common sense proposal that will come before Congress on guns. Keep them out of the hands of people who are dangerous to themselves. For God's sakes, vote for this bill. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
If House Democrats were so worried about violence, they wouldn't open the borders, open the prisons, and then disarm law-abiding Americans who want to protect themselves and protect their families. Chairman Nadler says that Republicans shouldn't lecture about constitutional rights, but it was the last Democrat speaker, Mr. Cicilline, who in the House Judiciary Committee said, "Spare me the bullshit about people's constitutional rights." So pardon us for standing up for the Constitution and the very due process that ensures that we're able to have a civil functioning society in this country. Speaker Pelosi asks the question, well, if you knew when the next act of violence would be, why wouldn't you want to stop it? What is this, the United States Congress or the plot for the movie Minority Report? The best you could ever hope to have in terms of warning is what we had in the Parkland case, where a neighbor saw Nicholas Cruz preparing for a school shooting, called the FBI, and because they were so focused on the bureaucracy, they didn't take action. And so that's why I'm against federalizing the regular police, and it's why I'm against federalizing the school police, because the more the FBI was involved, the more they botched the case, and maybe there were people dead who didn't need to be. These red flag laws violate our Second Amendment rights, our Fifth Amendment rights, and when they are done at the national level, they violate our 10th Amendment rights. And it is crazy that we are considering legislation to bribe the states to take rights away from our fellow Americans. And it's nuts that Republicans in the Senate, the very Republicans who say they're the classic liberty-minded conservatives, they're now working with Democrats on this very endeavor to federalize the school police and to engage in this bribery for the sake of deprivation of rights. Let me give you this warning, my friends. It is no victory, as Mr. Carbajal said, that in my beloved Florida, we've used red flag laws 8,000 times. There weren't 8,000 school shooters we stopped, probably not even 8,000 criminals. What we do see is that these red flag laws are used in divorce proceedings. They're used in every type of dispute, and it shouldn't be a cudgel that way. We'll stand up for the rights, and it's no bullshit that we will.
Members are reminded not to use profanity on the floor of the House of Representatives.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves.
Well done.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Tennessee, a member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Cohen.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Since the massacre in Newtown, Connecticut, about 10 years ago, we have not enacted any substantive firearm restrictions to prevent children from being slaughtered in our schools. In fact, not since the massacre of first graders and their educators at Sandy Hook, but in the 20 years since the shooting at Columbine, we have not enacted any new meaningful restrictions on firearms. We have an obligation to protect our constituents, and we have a responsibility to keep the American people safe. After each of these instances, we hear from our friends across the aisle that we must address mental health. I agree. But we must prevent those who are intent on harming themselves or others from having access to dangerous weapons and carrying out their intent. That is why I support this thoughtful proposal balancing public safety and the individual's right to due process. Let's just take the massacre in Uvalde. Should there have been a law in place in Texas, a red flag law, perhaps the gunman could have been stopped. There were plenty of warning signs, including the gunman with pictures of a cat he had killed and his frequent online threats to teen girls. As chairman of the Constitution Subcommittee, I take the Due Process Clause seriously. In this legislation, a court would need to make an individualized determination looking at specific facts before issuing an order. A full hearing is required in 72 hours, where the party can have personal attendance and object. This legislation is absolutely necessary, and I urge all my colleagues to support it. We have a moral obligation to act. Yesterday, this body, with a bipartisan vote, adopted the Protecting Our Kids Act, which would make meaningful updates to our nation's gun laws. We must go further, I believe, and enact assault weapons bans. These bills would make a meaningful difference in gun violence in the United States and save American lives. God would not look kindly upon the use of weapons to kill his children, as happened in Uvalde, Texas. Our votes are not political calculations, they are obligations. We have a duty to protect God's children. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we yield a minute and a half to the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. McClain.
Thank you, Madam
The gentlewoman
Speaker.
is recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think what we need, again, is a little truth, transparency, and consistency. And I'll share as a mother of 4, I resent the fact that you tell me that I don't care about children. In fact, when you have soft on crime policies, I need my Second Amendment right to protect my own children, because the soft on crime policies don't help. During these debates, these unconstitutional, the thing we all took an oath to uphold, the Democrats have been making the claim, well, if you can't buy alcohol or cigarettes, you shouldn't be able to buy an AR-15. All right, let's stick with that concept. Here's a concept, apply it throughout every form. But let's talk about a couple of things that the Democrats feel you are mature enough to do under the age of 18. So, because once again, their standards clearly aren't consistent. What a concept to be consistent. Democrats believe that under the age of 18, you should be able to get an abortion under the 18. And you know what, while you're at it, don't even talk to your parents about it. Under the age of 18, Democrats think you should be able to change your sex without notifying parents. At 18, you can vote. At 18, you can join the military and lay your life on the line for this country. And I bet they think that the 18-year-old Buffalo shooter is actually mature enough to be charged as an adult, right?
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Let's have some consistency.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Good job. Very good, Diane.
God, I just get so fired up.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to a member of the judiciary, the distinguished gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, do we not hear the cries of the 4th grader in Uvalde who said, "All of my friends are dead"? Would you like to do something about gun slaughter in this country? Then join us. One common sense way we can do this is by passing my friend and colleague, Congresswoman McBath's Federal Emergency Risk Protection Order, red flag laws. We know that 46% of shootings, the attacker expressed interest in harming others. There was a cry for help, a warning. Someone knew that violence could erupt. Someone had the ability to intervene. We have a responsibility to intervene. Rep. McBath's bill would do just that. Intervene when someone is a risk to themselves or others. We do not have to live this way, fearful for our children at school, at movies, the grocery store, or the TLA on South Street in Philadelphia. We do not have to live this way, and we don't want to. 79% of Americans support red flag laws. 67% of gun owners. Stop sentencing our children to all of their friends are dead.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Winstrup.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Next week will mark the 5 years since the fateful morning on the baseball field, where 136 rounds were fired in an attack on Republicans. Only by the grace of God were 20 or more of my Republican colleagues and staff not killed by a crazed terrorist wielding guns on that baseball field. So this is not a theoretical exercise for many of us on this side of the aisle. I say this not to take away from the tragedies that any one of us has experienced, but to highlight that good people on both sides of this issue can bring our personal experiences to the debate and may see things differently while both condemning violence and wanting to act. When I reflect on that day, it's not about the weapon, it's about the person, the evil person that is on the other side of that weapon. And it was guns that stopped that killer. 2 Capitol Police undercover that were only there because Steve Scalise was there, and he got hit. Otherwise, that terrorist could have easily assassinated 20 to 30 members of Congress and staff. Clearly, there are people I don't want to have a gun in their hands. But we can't ignore the hate, the evil that is gripping too many in our country today. We have laws against murder, yet we see murder. If my little daughter hits her big brother, I want to know why. I don't blame the stick in her hand. As a physician, common sense tells me that if we don't look at the events in someone's life that lead to the thoughts and the feelings that then lead to this horrific, murderous behavior, then we are doing our society a grave injustice. And that's what's happening. We've seen this movie before. Do these laws change the disturbing trends that we're seeing? Previous bans have made no difference. It's been proven. Many of our communities have gun laws and have even more homicides than ever. We as Americans need to do some serious soul searching about ourselves because something serious has changed in our society over the last several decades. Is it the absence of God? We had a school, public school in my district that...
The gentleman's time has expired.
May I have 30 more seconds?
Give the gentleman additional 30 seconds.
We have a school in my district that was forced by the left and the courts to take down "Thou shalt not kill" from in front of the school. Thank you very much. Is it the breakdown of the family, the disruption of community, the implosion of the village, or is it the destruction of our mental health system, which unfortunately turned everyone onto the streets instead of reforming our institutions? It could be all these things and many more, but until America is willing to take a long, hard look at ourselves and heal what truly ails us, I fear we are simply doomed to repeat what we've done in the past, and we're doing it here today. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the Chairman of the Gun Violence Task Force, the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Thompson.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of this legislation and thank Congresswoman McBath and Congressman Carbajal for the great work that they've done to put this together. Red flags laws are supported by a majority of Americans and nearly 70% of gun owners. Red flag laws provide an opportunity for an intervention if someone demonstrates that they are a danger to themselves or to others. California's red flag laws have been used 21 times to prevent mass shootings. The bill we're considering today was originally authored by Senator Lindsey Graham, a Republican, and is very similar to the Florida red flag bill that was signed by then Governor Rick Scott, also a Republican, and today a U.S. Senator. Neither of those two have ever been accused of being anti-gun or anti-Constitution. We know red flag laws save lives, and we know the issues raised by the other side of the aisle are a stretch at best. If someone files a false complaint, they're subject to a $5,000 fine and 5 years in jail. This bill will save lives, and I urge you to vote yes. The only real question is how much more bloodshed is needed to spur us to do the right thing and help us keep our kids and our communities safe. Please vote yes on this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. From the debate and from the whole premise of this red flag law proposal, you would think that there was no such way to deal with this problem in America. It's been pointed out that 19 states have red flag laws already, but there are 50 states that already have a way to have someone adjudicated mentally dangerous. Every single state, the premise that we can identify somebody who might pose a risk to themselves or others is the whole premise why red flag laws might work. But that's the same premise that allows Baker Acts to work in every single state in Washington, D.C. The difference is that the person charged, the person accused of being this mentally incompetent, mentally dangerous person, has the right to confront their accuser. And that's what they're trying to undo. It already exists in law. Everyone knows that we cannot accept our children being murdered. We can't accept our communities being destroyed and gutted, not just by violence, by increasing violence, by increasing acts of despair, not just shootings, but suicides, and the number one cause of death for 18 to 45-year-olds, fatal overdoses. There's something going on wrong. It's not the guns, it's the culture and the evildoer. When do we stop blaming the evildoer, the doer of evil deeds? And if you could identify who that doer of evil deeds might be, wouldn't you want to take them away from the weapons instead of taking the weapons away from them? If you don't take the person away, they can get other guns. They might even get a car and drive through a parade. Let's keep our communities safe. Let's keep our kids safe. Let's focus on the real problem and not just run the same play over and over again. The Democrats have a preconceived solution every emergency, and it's shameful to watch this exploitation of violence to achieve a Democrat longstanding objective to undermine our Second Amendment. I yield.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chairman. Madam Speaker, I rise to express my strong support for H.R. 2377, the Federal Extreme Risk Protection Order Act. Included in this legislation is the Extreme Risk Protection Order Act, which I've been proud to co-lead for many years with my friend and colleague, Congressman Carbajal. Madam Speaker, April 16th, 2007, 15 years ago, 32 Virginia Tech students in my home and Commonwealth were killed by a young man who is well known to the community to have paranoid schizophrenia. He'd been hospitalized, he'd been picked up by the police, he'd been banned from classes. There's every reason in the world for him to be on the background check list. Yet he was able to buy the weapons legally that killed those 32 kids. In 2014, I had a long conversation with a friend who was deeply depressed. He was having trouble getting out of bed, trouble finding a psychiatrist who would treat him. I made some calls to try to find somebody and then didn't do anything but worry, and was stunned when he got out of bed to go buy a gun and kill himself. To this day, I so regret that I did not call his wife, and we went together to the court to get him on the background check list. We've all lost too many friends, and we all are grief-struck by the massacre of children. Red flag laws may not protect everyone, but it will save many lives, and it's a start.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Do you ever wonder how many of our colleagues in the Democrat aisle receive Bloomberg money to advocate for taking away Americans' Second Amendment rights? I do. We hear about the NRA. Sure don't want to confess the Bloomberg donations that you receive as you emasculate America's rights. Yeah, we hear about your polling. But you know what? 6 in 10 Americans, including almost half of Democrats, support armed officers and leaders at schools to protect their children. Democrats oppose that. We hear about due process. Due process doesn't mean you have an ex-parte hearing by an undisclosed informant who comes in and says, look, we think this person is a danger to themselves or others, when the person, the undisclosed informant, has a grudge or an axe to grind. That's why you have 8,000 of those in Florida. Due process doesn't mean we take away your rights and then you get to petition to have those rights reinstated. No, this bill is designed specifically to get around the laws that are present in 50 states that do address due process and do address people who are a danger to themselves and society. This bill is ripe for abuse. Some states have enacted similar laws. In Connecticut, for example, nearly a third of all ex parte orders are overturned once a judge hears both sides of the story. And why is that? You've already taken away their rights, but almost a third of them are overturned. In a markup last week, there was some confusion as to what due process means. It does not mean that you can deprive an individual of their rights first and then later let them have a hearing to reinstate those rights. But that's what this bill does. Deprivation first, a hearing later. I urge you to vote no.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and still I rise. And I rise today to address the indication that what we Democrats are doing is meaningless. Meaningless to ban bump stocks. Well, tell that to the 60 people who were murdered at the Mandalay Hotel, where a gunman fired more than 1,000 rounds in short order. Meaningless to raise the age to 21 to purchase an assault weapon. Explain that to the ghost of the 10 people who were killed at Tops grocery store. Make it clear to those 19 babies who were murdered at an elementary school in Texas. Meaningless? Tell that to the lives of those that have been lost. No, it's not meaningless. And what we're doing right now, my dear friends, is more than common sense. It's just good sense to prevent people from killing other people. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Green.
The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Well, we don't agree on much these days here in Congress, but I know there's one thing we all agree on. We all agree that we really like guns. See, we're the special privileged elites. We're the ones in this chamber being protected by guns, while the American people don't have men and women with guns outside their homes. Of course, not at any gun-free school zone, they're not protected, nor at work. But here Congress, the same Congress that's voting to send just millions and millions of dollars worth of guns to Ukraine so that they can defend themselves, is the same Congress working as hard as possible to take away the Second Amendment rights from Americans. You see, our job here is to protect rights like due process and the Second Amendment rights of Americans, not strip them away. Red flag gun laws violate Americans' due process rights, and this is the type of thing that we shouldn't be passing in this Congress, especially while we enjoy the very privileged elite special protection of guns.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, how much time does each side have, please?
The gentleman from New York has 6½ minutes. The gentleman from Ohio has 11 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Lawrence.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to make an urgent plea for action. How can we listen to an 11-year-old girl talk about smearing herself with her own dead friend's blood so she doesn't get killed and think that the appropriate response is thoughts and prayers? It's unacceptable. We have the power to make real change and end gun violence. Right now, the American people are calling on us to protect their kids, their family, and their community. I am not going to sit on the sidelines, and neither should this legislative body. If not now, when? And every member should support common sense gun safety legislation, not taking away your right to own a gun or your right, your constitutional right, but use common sense. As my grandmother used to say, it's not very common today, but the people of America is counting on us. Act now.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We've heard time and time again, Madam Speaker, that the Democrats say this is not a violation of due process, not a violation of our constitutional rights. It most certainly is. Remember the basics here. Someone doesn't like you. They file a complaint. There is a hearing within 24 hours, a hearing that you're not allowed to attend. You're not allowed to be there to face your accusers. The government takes your gun or guns. Several days later, there's a real hearing. Well, a real hearing with a lower standard. The burden of proof for the government is not beyond a reasonable doubt to deny you your constitutional right. It's a clear and convincing standard. So a lower standard to take away your fundamental liberty when you didn't commit any crime. If that's not a violation of due process, I do not know what is. And all this will be, the Title I of this bill, it'll all be administered by the Biden administration Department of Justice. The same Department of Justice that got a letter from a left-wing political organization and 5 days later sent a memorandum to every single U.S. attorney in this country saying this: set up a dedicated line of threat communication on parents, use counterterrorism measures against moms and dads who had the nerve to show up at a school board meeting and speak up for their kid. And then 16 days after that memorandum went out, the FBI sends an email out and says put a threat tag, a designation, a label on moms and dads who did show up at school board meetings, who someone filed a complaint about, on that snitch line, and investigate them. That same Biden administration Justice Department will be administering this law. That is why we are so against this measure and why it is so darn dangerous. They can say all day long it doesn't violate due process. It most certainly does, and it's going to be administered by a Justice Department that's already proven they're willing to go after parents who speak up for their kids. That's why this bill is so terrible. And why Republican senators are pushing this and trying, as Mr. Gates from Florida said, trying to bribe states to implement this when we have the history of the Biden Justice Department and we know what this thing is going to look like and how it's going to violate due process. That's what's wrong with this legislation and why Republicans, why we're so darn against this thing. I hope they will come to their senses and stand up for the law-abiding American citizens and their fundamental liberties and vote this thing down. Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to a member of the Judiciary Committee, the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the chairman this morning, and let me thank Lucy McBath, and let me personally on the floor, we've said it many times, to offer my sympathy for the pain that you continue to live with for the loss of your son. And let me say to my friends, your arguments could not be more absurd. Over these last 2 days, I've heard the welfare state. I am a person of faith, as all who profess such, challenging whether or not we have faith, speaking about the absurdity of not understanding the Constitution, disrespecting the democratic system that we have, that there will be an outrageous attack on individuals with the red flag laws. And so you're just simply wrong. And my plea is to the American people, because you can force people who masquerade as believing that it is a shame for children to die, but yet do nothing. This is the side of doing absolutely nothing, but casting aspersions and challenging what is right. Red flag law is right. Why? Indiana passed it in 2005, and in years since, the state's firearm suicide rate is going down 7.5%. They work. A little boy, 16 years old, in New York County, was getting ready to shoot up his students, had shotguns at home. An order was put forward, and he admitted that not having the guns in the home is helpful, and the order helped him. Is there no desire to do something in the name of those who died wrongly in Buffalo? Is there no desire? Are you not in any way aware of Zaire, a mother's child trying to work in a job and was severely injured? Are you not aware of Amira, 9 years old, who died and bled out as she called 911. Are you not aware? Are you not aware that 80% of people considering suicide give some of their plans, and nearly 80% of perpetrators of mass violence in public places make explicit threats? Red flag laws are crucial to saving lives. Yes, the FBI didn't act in Parkland, but a red flag law that was implemented by a Republican governor could have been effective. There would have been another tool. The Constitution, for some people, they can't seem to read it clearly. The amendment on the Second Amendment says to create a militia. But Justice Scalia, who is idolized by the right, made it very clear that the Second Amendment right is not unlimited. It is not a right to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever. I'm grateful to the chairman. Very quickly, let me say this. Do you want guns in the hands of dangerous people? I don't want Republicans shot. That was a dangerous person. Do you want it in the hands of guns of gang members? Do you want us to continue like all of these school shootings in the state of Texas? Let us realize where is your heart and ensure that the mentally ill are not the persons that are the ones that are most dangerous, but it is dangerous people who need red flag laws. And maybe we need to sit down in the name of John Lewis, who said, where is your heart and where is your soul? We need to pass this red flag law and all of our gun safety legislation, and the Senate should pass it as well. I yield back.
Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
The Fifth Amendment states, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. It is the paradox of the American experience that so many who swear to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution, the supreme law enshrining our fundamental rights, are so often predisposed to strip those rights, always with noble motive. Weeks ago, the Biden Department of Homeland Security formed a Disinformation Governance Board to become the arbiter of right think, even since disbanded. Bad idea. 2020, state governors ordered the healthy to stay out of their churches for fear of a virus. Do you remember? In 1971, the Department of Justice obtained a TRO, a prior restraint, to abridge freedom of the press by forbidding the New York Times to continue publishing the Pentagon Papers. Lower courts approved that, too. February 1942, another progressive Democrat, FDR, issued an executive order to intern U.S. citizens and residents of Japanese descent. It was greatly popular. 60% of Americans polled supported sending their fellow American citizens to concentration camps. It was approved not just by lower courts, but by the United States Supreme Court in Korematsu, 1944. And it took until 2018 for it to be repudiated. Look again what you justified. The long-existing Baker Acts provide due process. New York had a red flag law and did not detect the Buffalo shooter. The fierce urgency of now meets the protections of fundamental rights in the United States Constitution, and they must be vindicated. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from Ohio. The gentlelady from Texas asked, do we want guns in the hands of dangerous people? And the answer to that question is, of course not. But the only question that matters is who constitutes a dangerous person, who gets to decide, and why. That's the important part here. That's what we're talking about when we talk about due process. We have laws on the books in, I believe, every state in the union, so-called Baker Act provisions to civilly commit individuals who are a danger to themselves and others. We have such a law in Texas, but we didn't use it. And we didn't use it against a young man who wasn't in school, was harming defenseless animals, was talking about raping women, was clearly not well, and we didn't use it. There are more people killed in the United States by hands and knives than rifles. I don't want a crazy guy in my school with or without the ability to have a weapon. We should actually be serious about committing people who have mental health problems. That would actually solve the problem. Everything we are doing here today is a pretext. It is a pretext for targeting and confiscating and eliminating our ability to have weapons. When people say things, it's a good idea to believe them. President Biden, whether it's a 9mm pistol, whether it's a rifle, it's ridiculous. I'm continuing to push to eliminate the sale of those things. Representative Mondaire Jones, if the filibuster obstructs us, we will abolish it. If the Supreme Court objects, we will expand it. We will do whatever it takes. Representative Ocasio-Cortez, ban semi-automatics. House Democrats just yesterday tweeted, semi-automatic rifles are weapons of war. Future Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson was applauding New Zealand Prime Minister's commencement speech about New Zealand's banning semi-automatic rifles. Representative Beto O'Rourke, hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15. Even Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, the gentlelady from Texas, quote, I held an AR-15 in my hand. I wish I hadn't.
The gentleman's time has expired.
She talks about a 50 caliber bullet.
The gentleman's time
which
has
isn't
expired.
Even true.
The gentleman's time
this
has
is a pretext. We should oppose
The gentleman's time has expired.
Good job.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Here we go. 2 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from Ohio. Everyone wants to stop mass public shooters, but we haven't previously punished people merely on the basis of a hunch, and we shouldn't start now. Stopping future crimes doesn't work in the movies, and it doesn't work in real life. What can work is providing mental health care and counseling to those who need it. If people truly pose a clear danger to themselves or others, they should be confined to a mental health facility. Simply denying them the legal right to buy a gun isn't a serious remedy. Actually, it's already possible to take a dangerous person's guns away. But Democrats are completely ignoring involuntary commitment laws that are on the books in all 50 states presently, known as the Baker Act in Florida or the 5150 Code in California. These laws are different than the ones that are proposed today in one very important aspect. They involve due process. What's the difference? In the existing involuntary commitment laws known as Baker Act, there's a mental health care expert involved. There's no such thing in the red flag laws. There's the ability to challenge your accuser to have a day in court before your rights are deprived. There's no such opportunity in the red flag laws. You get an attorney appointed to you if you can't afford it. No such thing in the red flag laws in many of the states. And there's pre-dawn raids that endanger the lives not just of the person we're worried about, but of the officers who are tasked with carrying out the raid. Red flag laws could actually increase the rate of homicide and suicide. Simply talking to other people about your health care issues and your mental health could help you overcome it, but people will be reluctant to do that if red flag laws are in place. Red flag laws have already created thousands of second-class citizens who no longer have the ability to purchase a firearm for defense in the states that have red flag laws. If this passes today, there will be millions of second-class citizens created in this country who've been deprived
The gentleman's
of due
time has
process
expired.
and the Second Amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today as a Texan and a father of 3 young girls who go to school and a defender of constitutional rights. And this is not just about doing something, this is about doing something that matters. The horror of the school shootings are an unforgivable tragedy due to the evil that we see in people. But there's room for bipartisan solutions. Unfortunately, Democrats don't want to make law, they want to make politics. Republicans offered an alternative, a bill that would fund school resource officers and mental health counselors, close gaps in security, and strengthen active shooter preparations, with all the costs being offset by the unused COVID funds. Unfortunately, this has been blocked by House Democrats. There is nothing more important than ensuring our children are safe. I know this because I take my children to school and drop them off and pick them up. But in no way are the recent tragedies justification for an infringement upon the rights of law-abiding Americans. I won't support legislation that infringes upon those rights being stripped without due process. This is an emotional issue, but it is our job to step back
The gentleman's
and
time
have an
has
adult
expired.
conversation.
The gentleman's
And
time
with
has
that,
expired.
I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I think we're prepared to close, Madam Speaker, if that's where the majority party's at.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from Ohio.
I would yield a minute and a half to, I think that's what we have left, remaining time, to the gentleman from California, Mr. Ison.
Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for a minute and a half. I'm sorry, California is the gentleman from California is recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and such time as I may consume is too short to recap these 2 days of the assault on the Second Amendment. I will only say in closing that it might seem reasonable in this bill, this 5 or 6 or 7 different bills cobbled together, it might seem reasonable that each of them makes sense. But I ask you, when we changed the Constitution to give an 18-year-old the right to vote, if we simply said today, we've changed our mind, we want to make it 21, don't worry about the Constitution, wouldn't there be people saying that's ridiculous? Of course they would. And if we said the First Amendment gives you a right that should not be abridged, and suddenly we say, but we're going to have prior restraint because you might do or say something wrong, we'd say that's ridiculous. Madam Speaker, today, this affront on the Second Amendment is in fact ridiculous. Each piece may seem reasonable, but not in light of the significance of something enshrined in our Constitution, which is being systematically attacked by the other side. Today, we are defending the Second Amendment in a way we have not had to in a generation. We stand here not because there aren't some elements that seem reasonable in this legislation, but because at the end of the day, our friends on the other side of the aisle who are not willing to support laws that are on the books being enforced, are not willing to stand behind the law enforcement community that would like to enforce those, they are affronting and trying to undo the Second Amendment without a constitutional change. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of our time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, extreme risk laws save lives. It's that simple. And ultimately, that's what this debate should be about, saving lives. This legislation strikes a proper balance between protecting the due process rights of people in crisis and preventing tragedy by ensuring that those who pose an imminent danger to themselves or others do not have access to firearms. Madam Speaker, this debate has been surreal. Every court that has considered the question has concluded that red flag laws afford proper due process and are constitutional. We already know that extreme risk laws work, but less than half the states have those laws in effect. Let us pass this legislation today so that we can bring access to this life-saving tool nationwide. We know it's not enough. We know we need all the provisions of the bill we passed yesterday, and we should bring back the assault weapons ban. But what we cannot do should not block us from doing what we can do. We can save thousands of lives annually, so let us begin. I urge all members to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to authorize the issuance of extreme risk protection orders.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Ask for a recorded vote, Madam Speaker.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Garamendi of California, Ms. Barragan of California, Mr. Swazi of New York, Ms. Moore of Wisconsin, Mr. McEachin of Virginia, Mr. Evans of Pennsylvania, Mr. Ryan of Ohio, Mr. Lowenthal of California. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2377.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jim Cooper of Tennessee, I inform the House Mr. Cooper will vote yes on H.R. 2377.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bass of California, Mr. Lamb of Pennsylvania, and Mr. Torres of New York, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2377.
Gentleman from Illinois seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote no on H.R. 2377. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yea on H.R. 2377.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Representative Bobby Rush, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 2377.
Purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Dr. Van Drew of New Jersey, I inform the House that Dr. Van Drew will vote no on H.R. 2377.
From Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks, both of Indiana, I inform the House Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks will both vote no on H.R. 2377.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
As the member designated by members Chantel Brown and Terry Sewell, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 2377.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Waters, Mr. Gomez, and Ms. Sanchez of all of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2377. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Van Taylor, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Van Taylor is voting nay on H.R. 2377. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Coopers, Ruiz, Cardenas, and Swalwell, I inform this House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2377.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, Mr. Guest of Mississippi, and Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks, Mr. Guest, and Mr. Loudermilk will all vote nay on H.R. 2377. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 2377.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ and Ms. Frankel of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 2377.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Juan Vargas and Representative Marilyn Strickland, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2377.
Does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Moulton, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, and Ms. Wilson, I inform the House that these three members will vote yea on H.R. 2377.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Donald Payne, and Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2377.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Khanna, I inform the House that this member will vote yes on H.R. 2377.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote nay on H.R. 2377.
On this vote, the yeas are 224, the nays are 202. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to consider is laid on the table.
How are you this morning? The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for the purpose of inquiring to the House Majority Leader the schedule for next week.
Without objection.
Also ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With that, I am happy to yield to my friend, the Majority Leader of the House, Mr. Hoare.
I thank the gentleman from Louisiana, the Republican whip, for yielding. Madam Speaker, on Monday, the House will meet at 12 p.m. for morning hour and 2 p.m. for legislative business, with votes postponed as usual until 6:30 p.m. on Monday. On Tuesday and Wednesday, the House will meet at 10 a.m. for morning hour and 12 p.m. for legislative business. On Thursday, the House will meet at 9 a.m. for legislative business. Next week, the House will consider legislation to address inflation and help bring down costs for Americans. The House will consider H.R. I don't have the number, Lower Food and Fuel Costs Act from the Agriculture and Energy Commerce Committee to address food prices and help bring down the cost of fertilizers for farmers while providing more affordable options at the gas pump for Americans. The House will also consider S3586, the Senate-passed companion to John Garamendi's Ocean Shipping Reform Act under suspension, which we passed previously and is in the Senate. However, this is a compromise with which Mr. Garamendi agrees. This legislation will address continued supply chain problems and ensure the fair and expeditious flow of goods in and out of our ports, helping lower costs for American consumers and bolstering our domestic agricultural products. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the House will consider H.R. 2543, the Financial Services, Racial Equity, Inclusion, and Economic Justice Act from Chairwoman Maxine Waters and the Financial Services Committee to promote racial equity and fair access to economic opportunity for those who are facing discrimination or bias. This will help families who are challenged in accessing financial services and housing at a time when every dollar is critical. Finally, Madam Speaker, the House will also consider H.R. 2773, Representative Debbie Dingell's bipartisan Recovering America's Wildlife Act. The House will consider other bills, Madam Speaker, under suspension of the rules. The complete list of suspension bills will be announced by the close of business tomorrow. Additional legislative items, of course, are possible, and I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Gentleman, you have thank the gentleman. Wanted to ask specifically, there was some talk that we may today take up the Senate bill, the bill that passed over a month ago in the Senate to give stronger protections to Supreme Court justices and their families. Of course, yesterday, something that angers a lot of us, Justice Kavanaugh, there's an arrest of a man that was at his house attempting to murder Supreme Court Justice Kavanaugh. And this is something we've expressed concern about for weeks, especially some of the language directed at Supreme Court justices, people encouraging people to go to their houses. And there was a bill that had bipartisan support that's passed the Senate over a month ago to give them stronger protections. We thought that may come up today. I don't hear it on the schedule. Can we get a vote on that bill when we come back early next week on the suspension calendar to get that bill sent to the President's desk to get that in motion quickly? And I would yield.
I thank the gentleman for his question. I think it's a very relevant question. I'm hopeful that we can move that as early as possible. I want to tell the gentleman the reason he thought that it might be moved this morning was because last night I thought I had, after discussions with Senator Cornyn, a way forward that both the Senate and the House could agree on. Unfortunately, this morning that appeared not to be the case. So we're trying to pursue that because we believe that it's a critical piece of legislation, as are the pieces of legislation we're considering. But I will tell the gentleman that the incident that occurred last night, of course, is covered, as the gentleman I'm sure knows, by the present security arrangements for Supreme Court justices. And the gentleman was taken into custody. Apparently didn't get close to the house because of the security. But nevertheless, we share the gentleman's concerns about the security for our Supreme Court justices and frankly their families and their residences, as we are for the officers and clerks of the Supreme Court and their families and their employees. So that the answer to your question is that's a priority item that I hope we can get done very early next week.
Well, I hope that we can get that early in the week, put on the suspension calendar in the form the Senate sent over where there's broad agreement on both sides of the aisle, and get that to the President's desk to get those stronger protections in place. Finally, I'd like to ask the gentleman, we've talked about this bill a number of times, H.R. 6858, which is a bill dealing with American energy independence to open up more areas of our country to American energy production so that we don't have to be relying on foreign countries, whether it's Russia or Venezuela or Iran, or now the President is going to go and plead with Saudi to produce more energy when America has more energy that we could be producing that we can't because of current policies by President Biden. This would open those up. It would allow us to lower gas prices. It would allow relief to families who are struggling because of these energy policies that are hurting our ability to produce in America, but making us more dependent on countries that are cartels or monopolies, whether it's OPEC or other countries, where they want a higher price, they want to limit production. We want to open up American energy, and that's what that package of legislation would do. Can we get that bill added to the calendar quickly, hopefully next week, so that we can help give relief to families who are trying to plan a family vacation and can't afford to pay $4.50, $5 a gallon or more for gasoline? And I would yield to the gentleman.
Who's the committee? I thank the gentleman for his question. He has mentioned this before. I'm talking to the committee whose jurisdiction this bill is in to consider what they want to do with it, and I'm waiting to hear back from them.
Hopefully we can get that addressed as well so that we can tackle some of these other problems, inflation, high gas prices, border crisis that we're trying to bring legislation on. And if the gentleman doesn't have anything else, with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Do you have a piece of paper really quick? Oh, thank you. Perfect. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition? Oh.
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to give a 1-minute address to the House and to advise and amend my remarks as necessary.
Without objection.
I rise today to honor the life of Manuelita Garcia. Manuelita was a force to be reckoned with, a fierce advocate for justice, a true fighter for the community, and a longtime Little Village resident. On Monday, Mother's Day 2001, Manuelita launched a Madres de la Villita to demand the construction of a promised high school in our neighborhood. I joined her and others as they initiated a 19-day hunger strike to push the school board to fulfill their promise. Her organizing led to greater support for educational equity and the eventual opening of the Little Village Lawndale High School. Manuelita will be remembered for her devotion to the youth of La Villita. She knew that when you invest in youth, we invest in our future. Above all, she will be remembered for her commitment to fairness, justice, and equity. Manuelita, thank you for your friendship. Rest in power, my friend. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I once again come to the floor to try to protect our Supreme Court. Just yesterday, a man who wanted to kill Justice Kavanaugh was arrested outside the justice's home. He was arrested with weapons on his person. Justice Kavanaugh has a wife and children. Yes, he does. The Senate already passed a bill with agreement from 100 senators to enhance the security protection for members of the court and their families. And Madam Speaker, it has sat here for a month. A month. Yet yesterday, House Democrats are leaving. Today they want to leave for a long weekend. They gave tomorrow back. I spoke to the majority leader this morning. I told him nobody on this side would object. A unanimous consent. He could run that bill on the floor right now and send it to the president so we could protect the Supreme Court. How many times do they have to be threatened? How many people have to be arrested with a gun outside their home? What would have happened had he not called 9/11? He didn't just have a gun, he had zip ties. But somehow you want to leave. This bill could be on the president's desk right now. Now think about this. This is coming from the same party whose White House press secretary said this, and I quote, encouraged protests outside the justices' homes. She even said that was the President Biden's position. And let's not forget what Majority Leader Schumer, screaming on the steps of the Supreme Court, what did he say? Madam Speaker, I want you to listen to these words. And I want you to think about these words. What do you think the American public would think Schumer was telling them to do? He said, you will pay the price. You won't know what hit you if you go forward with these awful decisions. Now, I don't know if that young man yesterday with that gun and zip ties that was at the home of Justice Kavanaugh, if he listened to this, and that's why he went, I don't know. But I do know that is wrong. I do know we can change that. I do know we can protect them. That bill has been sitting here for 1 month. I talked to the majority leader today. The only idea people have, well, let's change it. What does it mean if it's changed? It means it goes back to the Senate and waits longer. Why? Why would we do that? Every single senator voted for it. And I promise you this, every single Republican on this side would give unanimous consent to pass that, send it to the president, and protect the Supreme Court. Enough is enough. I know the Democrats want to defund the police. I know what they want to do across this country, but this is wrong. This is pure politics, and it's got to stop. With that, Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to take from the Speaker's table S-4160, the Supreme Court's Police Parity Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
Under guidance consistently issued by successive speakers as recorded in Section 956 of the House Rules and Manual, the chair is constrained not to entertain the request unless it has been cleared by the bipartisan floor and committee leaderships.
Madam Speaker, I want it very clear. It is cleared on the House Republican side. There's not one Republican objecting. So the only place it is not being cleared is on the Democrats, and it's not moving and sitting on the desk for a month, and that is wrong.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
All government officials must be held accountable, especially those entrusted with the power to interpret our country's laws. Repeated scandals and lax ethics requirements for federal judges are eroding Americans' confidence in the impartiality of our courts. When judges and justices preside over cases that affect their individual stock portfolios or don't disclose their connections to special interests, they jeopardize the rule of law. The American people should not have to question if cases are being decided fairly. We need stronger ethics rules to prevent these abuses of power from happening again. I'm backing legislation that will root out corruption, prevent conflicts of interest, and increase transparency in all 3 branches of the federal government. To restore public trust in our institutions, we must hold government officials to the highest ethical standards. No one is above the law. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Louisiana is, or for what purpose does the gentlewoman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I come to the floor today to pay tribute to the late Shara Ann Everett Fertitta, a truly wonderful person and a dedicated mother, grandmother, educator, and friend, who is beloved by so many people across Ouachita Parish and Northeast Louisiana. Madam Speaker, I believe that the best way to describe the kind of person Shara was is to use the words of her daughter, Tori Fertitta Mortensen. She said, her happiness was in seeing the happiness and good works of others. Shara was the kind of person who lifted you up every single time you saw her. On a personal level, she was always kind and encouraging, never forgetting to tell me that she was praying for me. It is her caring spirit and remarkable kindness that emerges as the common theme in the memory of her friends. Shara was a mom who was absolutely dedicated to her family. She was a teacher who believed that it's essential to pass along the love of learning to the next generation. She not only imparted her wisdom on others, but also reminded them that education is the best investment. Shara was a valued member of our community who worked tirelessly to make it a better place. For instance, when she was working in the healthcare industry, she organized forums that would allow doctors and medical professionals to share information and connect with individuals who needed care and assistance. She believed that being involved in the political process, helping elect good people to office, and being a strong advocate for your beliefs and values was essential to improving not only just our community, but our country. She was a longtime leader for the Ouachita Parish Republican Women and served on the parish's Republican Executive Committee. She volunteered on numerous campaigns and even helped produce a local radio show. Madam Speaker, I could go on inevitably about all that Shara Fertitta did for our community in Ouachita Parish. That's the kind of person she was. But we know that her true legacy lives on through her family, her friends, and the countless people whose lives she touched here on earth. We will miss her unmeasurably, and the joy that Shara Fertitta brought to our lives will never be forgotten. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to pay tribute to David LeBlanc of Nottingham, New Hampshire, who passed away on this day 6 years ago. A lifelong New Hampshire resident, David was born and raised in Manchester and worked in the line department at Public Service of New Hampshire for over 30 years. He was an avid runner whose legacy lives on through the Greater Manchester Running Club, which he founded with his wife Cheryl in 1980. In addition, David honorably served the state and his country as a member of the New Hampshire Army National Guard. Today, he will be reinterred at the New Hampshire State Veterans Cemetery, something that is only possible because we changed the law this year. I was proud to sponsor this legislation that ensures all of our veterans, including members of the National Guard and Reserves, can be laid to rest in state veterans cemeteries. The National Guard and Reserves are a critical component of our military and sacrifice so much to keep us safe. So as we honor the memory of David LeBlanc, let us honor the service of all of our veterans and ensure that they're never forgotten. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection.
Madam Speaker, well, tonight starts the latest development in this political circus, otherwise known as the Select Committee to investigate January 6th, in prime time. Instead of working to combat issues facing Americans such as skyrocketing inflation, decreases in real wages, gas prices barreling towards $7 a gallon, 8 if you're a lucky Californian, or the invasion at our southern border, House Democrats are continuing their witch hunt against former President Trump, who seems to still be living rent-free inside their heads. This time, in a certain boost to their own vanity, the committee has hired former ABC News President James Goldstein to produce it. They aren't interested in the truth. They aren't interested in justice. Not even the intel that was available ahead of the possible Capitol break-in that they knew about. The committee is putting on a spectacle, a Hollywood-produced primetime television soap opera to distract viewers from the real policy-made disasters. How out of touch are they with American people? Do you think they care about the young mother desperately trying to find formula for the newborn care that she cares about? Do you think the farmer who can't plant this year due to the water shortages, the water being taken away, or the trucker who can't use his equipment because diesel is over $7 or $8? Do you think they care about this hearing? Look, even liberal San Francisco recalled their radical DA because he stopped caring about the people and opened up the city to the crime wave they haven't seen in decades. So people want answers and change, and it isn't about this January 6th deal. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, fresh water is life. I rise today to applaud House passage of the 2022 Water Resources Development Act. As chair of the House Energy and Water Appropriations Subcommittee, one of my top priorities is advancing solutions and funding to meet the critical new freshwater challenges to every state and community in America. To grow our economy, create good-paying jobs, and protect and conserve our precious environmental resources, we must invest in fresh water systems and in our ports, harbors, and waterways. We must strengthen communities and ensure federal agencies like the Army Corps of Engineers are prepared for the challenges of today and tomorrow. As a representative of the agricultural and industrial heartland of America, our Great Lakes region is home to those who make, build, and grow America. The Water Resources Bill will unleash their full potential. meeting new challenges to our ecosystem. I look forward to working with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and our local partners to deliver progress for the American people in every nook and cranny of our beloved homeland. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize June as National Dairy Month. As Republican leader of the House Agriculture Committee, I'm proud to be a descendant of a long line of dairy farmers. In fact, Pennsylvania is one of the largest milk-producing states in the nation. We're home to more than 474,000 cows. National Dairy Month began as National Milk Month in 1937. Now it has developed into an annual tradition that celebrates the contributions the dairy industry has made to the world. From calcium to potassium, dairy products like milk contain 13 essential nutrients, which may help to better manage your weight, reduce your risk for high blood pressure, osteoporosis, and certain cancers. Yet for too long, dairy products like milk have been unfairly demonized. Not only does it hurt our dairy industry, but it's also resulted in the loss of nearly an entire generation of milk drinkers. Kids have been cheated out of the nutrition that they need. Madam Speaker, whether it's protein to help build and repair muscle tissue of active bodies or vitamin A to help maintain healthy skin, dairy products are a natural nutrient powerhouse. Those are just a few reasons we should celebrate dairy, not just in June, but every day all year long. Happy National Dairy Month. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I urge today the United States Senate to pass the Protect Our Kids Act. The Uvalde shooting in Texas is one of many mass school shootings that will remain a forever stain on our country. We find ourselves here again in the wake of another elementary school massacre, expressing condolences, sympathy, and outrage. As a parent to 2 elementary school-aged children, when my wife and I take our daughters to school, we expect them to run to our car with smiles on their faces at the end of every fun-filled school day. Once more, the House took action this week and voted to move this forward. We worked in a bipartisan fashion to pass the most basic measures to keep our families safe from gun violence. This common sense bill will save lives. It makes crucial changes, raising the age to buy an assault rifle to 21, working towards safe gun storage, and reducing the unregulated trafficking of guns. We are many school shootings past thoughts and prayers. Sandy Hook, Parkland, Columbine. We need action now. Time and time again, this nation has failed to act. We must pass comprehensive gun violence prevention legislation to protect my children, to protect your children, to protect America's children. The American people are demanding for us to act. It is time to act now. I yield back the balance of my time. Mahalo.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. From Oxford, Michigan to Uvalde, Texas, Americans have seen more than 240 mass shootings in just 158 days. In the past week, a pregnant woman was shot at a picnic in Saginaw, Michigan, and a young boy was shot in Flint. It does not have to be this way. America is the only developed country in the world where this type of gun violence happens every single day. And that's why I support these common sense efforts to expand red flag laws, to raise the purchasing age for some semi-automatic weapons to 21 years of age, to crack down on gun trafficking and straw purchase, to address ghost guns, untraceable guns without serial numbers that can be bought and assembled at home, to restrict high-capacity magazines, and to ban bump stocks, devices that turn semi-automatic rifles into automatic weapons, into a machine gun. I wrote this legislation back in 2017 after a mass shooter in Las Vegas was able to fire over 1,000 rounds in just mere minutes, killing 60 people. While no single law will stop every tragedy, we can do what we can, and that's why I support this important legislation. I'm glad the House passed it. The Senate should take it up now. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I wanted to take a moment after the shootings this week just to read the names of the children under 10 years old in America who have been killed by guns so far this year. Aiden, age 8. Alice, a newborn. Alyssa, age 6. Amari, age 10. Andres, age 9. Antonio, who went by the nickname ESPN, age 7. Arbery, age 8. Araya, age 7. Arlene, age 9. Asa, age 8. Ashton, age 2. Autumn, age 3. Avery, 3. Bella, 4, and her sister Brix, who was a newborn. Bridger, age 10. Bryson, 3. Caleb, 5. Caden, 10. Charlie, 10. Charlotte, 9. Charvez, 2. Chloe, 7. Cleslin, 2. I realize you're gaveling me out. There are 600 names on this list. I can't read these in a minute. Are we going to act? Are we going to throw up useless thoughts and prayers? It's time to act. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to speak for 1 minute.
Without objection.
We've all been, America's been through a tough time the last few weeks due to serious incidents that happened in Buffalo and in Texas. But last week I was down at the Mexican border and I talked to some Border Patrol guys who, because we were congressmen, brought up what happens when we make it as difficult as possible for law-abiding people to own guns. Right now, if you compare Mexico and the United States, Mexico has per capita about 5 times as many murders as they do in the U.S. Not 5% more, not 50% more, 5 times as many. I'm sure the Mexican elected officials who passed those laws making it so difficult to get a gun thought they were going to have a peaceful paradise down there. Now, right now, many people are running all over each other to say, let's pass law, let's pass this law. Let's take a look and see what happened in Mexico and whether the sole answer is more laws. Meanwhile, I have a bill making it more difficult to bring guns into schools, and right now that bill is not moving. I think that would have a good impact. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize my friend Betty Reed Soskin as she finally enters retirement from the National Park Service at age 100. Betsy's had too many jobs and too many compliments and too many accomplishments for just 1 minute, so I want to share a few of the highlights of this remarkable woman's life. During World War II, Betty was a file clerk for the Boilermakers Union A36 in Richmond, California, an all-black union auxiliary. In 2004, she became a park ranger, with the National Park Service assigned to the Rosie the Riveter Park in Richmond, California. In this role, Betty shared her story as a young black woman working during the war and long held the honorable distinction of being the nation's oldest national park ranger. Americans came from all over the country to listen to Betty's voice. Betty has been recognized over the years for her advocacy and her commitment to social justice, including by President Obama as Glamour Magazine's Woman of the Year, and recently had a local middle school named after her. Betty is an important part of our community and our country, and I'm proud to call her a friend and a constituent. Her leadership and passionate spirit are an inspiration to all of us, all who have been fortunate enough to know her, and for all Americans who know of her. Congratulations and thank you, Betty, for a wonderful life and a wonderful life of service to our community and to our country. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, this week, House Democrats have led the effort to pass comprehensive gun violence prevention legislation to address this epidemic here in America. We will also ensure that the American people know the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth with respect to the violent insurrection and attack on our Capitol to protect the integrity of our democracy. At the same time, we continue to fight for good-paying jobs, to lower costs, and ensure an economy that works for everyday Americans. We believe in a country where if you work hard and play by the rules, you should be able to provide a comfortable living for yourself and for your family, educate your children, purchase a home, and retire with grace and dignity. That is the great American dream that we are fighting to preserve for the people.
The chair lays before the House the following enrolled bill.
Senate 3823, an act to amend Title 11 United States Code to modify the eligibility requirements for a debtor under Chapter 13 and for other purposes.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4, 2021, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gomer, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Minority Leader.
At this time, I would yield such time as he may consume to my friend from Florida, Mr. Rutherford.
Thank you for yielding to my good friend, Mr. Gomer from Texas. I appreciate that. Madam Speaker, I rise today to talk about a major problem facing our communities, and that's human violence. You know, I have 4 children, 4 beautiful grandchildren who are school age. And I have to tell you, when I turned on the television set and saw what was going on in Uvalde, Texas, Madam Speaker, my heart sank. I saw my grandchildren in the faces of those children that I saw fleeing from that horrible violence that was being conducted that afternoon. It's too often that we turn on our TV sets and see images of schools locked down and grieving communities. And unfortunately, as I mentioned, we saw that unfold in Uvalde, Texas. Yet every time tragedy strikes, we hear the same conversation: calls for bans on firearms, universal background checks, and red flag laws. That is how we spent the last 2 days in this chamber talking about partisan bills that are, number one, redundant. A lot of these laws already exist. Or number two, they're laws that will infringe on the rights of law-abiding American citizens. And ultimately, they won't fix the problem. Because the problem, Madam Speaker, is not guns, it's not gun violence. The problem is human violence. You know, when I was sheriff, I used to explain to my community occasionally when gun violence, as they would call it, would erupt, and they would ask me to talk about it. And I always made the point, Mr. Gomer, I would always make the point to them that I could take that weapon off of my hip, put it on that podium, and it would never, ever become violent. Now, some human may come along and pick it up and use it violently, but that's a human violence problem. It's not a gun violence problem. I carried a gun for 41 years. It never became violent. Yet we see it over and over again. Humans are the cause of this violence. It's the cause of the grief that we are seeing today and feeling in Uvalde and Buffalo and so many other cities across America. We see it over and over again. A tragedy happens, a gunman is identified, and what do we learn? Then we learn that they showed all sorts of dangerous behavior and telltale signs of violence long before becoming a mass shooter, a murderer. Killing animals, making threats, threatening words, self-harm, cutting themselves. The list goes on and on. Mental health issues that should have been addressed long before they became an active shooter. But people don't want to talk about that in the wake of a tragedy. The fact is, we already have the tools to deal with these individuals once they are identified. We have the tools to stop these horrific events before they happen. You know, one of the things as sheriff I used to tell my officers all the time, I don't want to be the best first responder to a mass casualty event. I want to prevent it before it occurs. And I saw firsthand countless times when people were a danger, we stopped them before they could hurt others. We put them in jail. We arrested them for making threats. We identified them and we identified the threats that they were making and we stopped them from acting on those threats. The challenge here, we must focus on identifying those who are a human threat to themselves and others and then intervene. Too many times after all of these events, we hear that conversation, oh, I knew this guy. I'm not surprised. Those are the conversations that we hear afterwards. We must identify those suffering from severe mental illness and formally adjudicate them so they cannot buy a firearm. That law already exists. We need to start adjudicating those who are mentally ill and a danger. And let me say this, everyone that has a mental illness is not a danger. Many people suffer mental illness and are not a danger. But those that are, we need to adjudicate them as such so that they can't go down and buy a firearm. Those laws are already on the books. But our community must do a better job of identifying those who need help and then get them the services and treatment that they need and deserve. We can do this while also upholding basic due process rights. Our whole judicial process system is based on the assumption that people are innocent until proven guilty. But the ex parte order issued through these red flag laws throws these fundamental rights out the window. Red flag laws take away a person's Second Amendment rights at a lower evidentiary standard without the opportunity to even defend themselves in court. Ex parte is almost a secretive process that's going on without the accused's knowledge. And we see how well the ex parte process worked in the FISA courts, didn't we? The reason our judicial system works is because it's adversarial. We have people on both sides of the issue who are fighting it out in court, discussing the facts. Ex parte, you hear one side of the story. That's all. And they want to use that to take away your Second Amendment rights. Then once deprived of those rights, Now we have to prove that we're innocent. This is backwards and ineffective at solving our violence problem. Before we quickly jump to pass bad legislation like we just passed this afternoon, let's do a better job of enforcing the laws that are already on our books. Before we rehash the same talking points and debate partisan messaging bills, let's work together on the areas where we need change. Let's work together to bolster our mental health system so we can better identify people suffering from mental illness and adjudicate them if they are a danger and provide them the treatment they need and deserve. Let's work together to strengthen penalties for those who steal and traffic in firearms. Let's work together to secure our schools and make sure that our kids have a safe place to learn. The Stop School Violence Act of 2018, which was signed into law by President Trump. When we drafted the language for that bill, the first concern that I had was identification of those who are a threat. And that's the first part of that bill. The second part of that, or law, the second part of that law now is CPTED, Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design, how we can stop those who may be coming to our schools to commit violence. Let's work together to identify the signs of dangerous behavior and prevent these acts of violence before they even happen. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back. And thank you, Mr. Gomer.
Thank the gentleman. And I know my friend mentioned he'd been a sheriff, but he has great expertise in knowing what he's talking about. And I appreciate those insights from a lawman. And now it's my pleasure and honor to yield to someone from West Texas, ambassador from Texas Tech University, where their slogan is guns up, not because they're violent, but I've always taken it to mean they were ready to preserve and protect if the need arose. And so yield such time as he may use to my friend, Mr. Arrington.
Well, I've never been more proud to be a Red Raider after that introduction. I can tell you that. I thank the gentleman and my fellow freedom-loving Texan, Representative Gomer. We will miss you in this chamber and the fight that you brought every day for the people in this people's house. I wanted to lend my thoughts and sentiments on this issue of violence. As my colleague from Florida mentioned, human violence, sometimes perpetrated with guns, and a human problem, a problem of the soul, a problem of society, the degradation of our culture and our families. These are issues far deeper than legislation can reach, I can assure you. And I understand, because I'm human, that we want to do something, and that while that may be a human response, as lawmakers, we should ask the question, not can we do something symbolic, can we do something to make the American people feel good, because that's not going to save a single elementary school child. We have to ask the question, what can we do that will actually work? And what can we do that will also preserve the rights of our citizens to protect themselves? I think, Mr. Gomer, we often forget and fail to start this conversation with the genesis and the fundamental rationale for the Second Amendment. Our founders knew good and well the abuses, the corruption, and the tyrannical forces from a coercive central government. And they wanted to make sure that not only could we preserve our happiness and our life and liberty from the crazy and the criminal, they wanted to make sure that we would have a last check on tyranny with an armed citizenry. Folks, the Second Amendment is there, and we have preserved this experiment in liberty and democracy for 240 plus years. Even though in the 20th century alone, tens of millions of people have been slaughtered by their own government, we have preserved this great beacon of liberty, this shining city on a hill, because of that founding principle that the Second Amendment is the citizens' last check on an abusive government. The Declaration of Independence says it best. It talks about the mission of a government that has the consent of the people to protect and secure the liberties of those people. And whenever any form of government becomes destructive of those ends, it's the right of the people to alter or abolish it. But it goes further. It says when there's a long train of abuses and usurpation, reducing the society to absolute despotism, it is the right and even the duty of the people to throw off that government. Folks, that's the context to the Second Amendment. It's not just to give East Texans and West Texans a hunting license. And I think it's critical as we grieve with our brothers and sisters in Uvalde, and it is heartbreaking and unthinkable to see that tragedy play out and to see these families suffer. But I think it is incumbent upon mature lawmakers and leaders of the greatest and freest country in the world to take a deep breath and ask the question, will these things that we're talking about with respect to gun control actually do anything to stop these crazy, murderous people from committing their crimes? We need to let Uvalde grieve. We need to let the final report come out. We all need to be more vigilant. And quite frankly, when we talk about 18 to 21-year-olds and extreme risk orders and all the litany of things that are being debated in this chamber, we ought to let the states like Texas, along with their communities, figure out how to solve these problems and secure their schools and communities. The federal government's mission at its core is to secure the liberties of the people and provide for a common defense. Let Texas figure this out. My goodness, the very gun control laws that were passed out of this chamber have been in place in cities and states with the highest gun-related crimes. No more feel-good measures, no more infringing measures. Let's pray for Uvalde. Let's let Texas solve those problems, and let's protect the God-given, constitutionally protected rights of every American to defend themselves against the criminal and, God forbid, a coercive government. God bless America, and I want to thank the gentleman for Texas for the indulgence, and I yield to my friend.
Appreciate the wise observations, my friend from Texas. It's couldn't have asked for a better lead in to the thoughts that I had on this very issue. Mr. Arrington has some great insights. I have an article here from all things ABC News. And above the name of the author, Bill Hutchinson, is a quote from a police official that it's worse than a war zone around here lately. The article says at least 12 major U.S. cities have broken annual homicide records in 2021, and there's still 3 weeks to go in the year. This is from December 8th of 2021. This article became more relevant because of the horrors that occurred in Uvalde. Another quote from Philadelphia Mayor Jim Kenney, quote, "It's terrible to every morning get up and have to go look at the numbers and then look at the news and see the stories. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. And this needs to stop." But he said that after a city surpassed its annual homicide record of 500, which had stood since 1990. Philadelphia is a city of roughly 1.5 million people, has had more homicides this year, this is 2021, 521 actually as of December 6th. Then the nation's two largest cities, New York, which had 443 as of December the 5th, and Los Angeles, 352 as of November 27th. That's an increase of 13% from 2020, a year that nearly broke the 1990 record. So the article goes on and talks about all these shootings in our major cities. And in fact, and these aren't considered mass shootings. They don't meet that definition commonly used. But from worldpopulationreview.com, the top 10 cities in the United States with the highest murder rates, and that's murders per 100,000 people. Number 1 is St. Louis. Number 2, Baltimore. Number 3, New Orleans. Number 4, Detroit. Number 5, Cleveland. Number 6, Las Vegas. Number 7, Kansas City. Number 8, Memphis. Number 9, Newark. And number 10, Chicago. Now, all of those have Democratic mayors. Las Vegas has an independent who was a Democrat until 2009 when the mayor announced now being an independent. But we also, in 2021, had 16 cities hit record high homicide rates. Rochester, and again, rates normally are calculated in murders per 100,000 people. But Rochester, New York had 80. Philadelphia had 524. Louisville, Kentucky had 179. Baton Rouge had 115. That was an unofficial number, but apparently accurate or close to accurate. Austin had 88. Indianapolis had 258. St. Paul had 35. Portland, Oregon had 84. Albuquerque had 107. Tucson had 92. Columbus had 179. Jackson, Mississippi had 129. Atlanta, Georgia had 150. New Haven, Connecticut had 25, which is a tremendous number for a small city. Macon, Georgia had 52. Milwaukee had 190. Additional cities with high homicide rates, naturally Chicago had 797 homicides in 1 year. And yet, Mayor Lightfoot, prominent Democrat that she is, doesn't want to get to the root causes of that. Black Lives Matter. There is absolutely an inordinate number of black lives that are taken in these Democrat-controlled cities. New York had 481. It's just tragic what has gone on. So what's different? We've had guns in America. In fact, not only have we had them from our founding, if it were not for guns in America, we would not have had a founding, starting perhaps with Lexington Green. But people in America had guns, and they defended themselves, and they defended their liberty. That's how we came to have what I believe is the greatest country in the history of the world. And I know there's a lot of schools that are teaching how terrible this country is, but I hear over and over from people that come here to the United States from other countries, and they say, you have got to protect your freedom, because if you lose your liberty, your freedom here in America, there will be nowhere else in the world anyone can go to be free. Historically, countries don't go fight for other people's freedom, yet this country has. We fought the bloodiest war with the biggest loss of life here on our own soil for the freedom of people who were slaves. And yes, I know states' rights were a big part, but let's face it, slavery was at the bottom of it all. Countries don't do that. This one did. You even had the founders do something that founders don't do historically. They condemned themselves in their own founding documents by saying all men are created equal. They're endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. Heck, Thomas Jefferson himself put the grievance in the Declaration. There was disagreement on it, but here he was, a slave owner, and yet the most offensive, longest paragraph of the grievances was because King George had allowed slavery to ever start, and the problems of the wrong that was being done through that institution. It was wrong. And yes, I know it's always been here on earth. And as I understand, there may be 40 million or more people in slavery right now today in our modern world. But it doesn't make it right anywhere, and it needs to stop. And this country had people who were founders that condemned themselves by putting that language in there because they knew what was right. This is an unusual country. And I know Solomon's Israel was an absolutely amazing place. Supposedly the wisest man to ever live. Of course, till he had so many wives, and that creates problems. But more opportunities more liberty here than anywhere. And yet, we've spent the week hearing over and over about the need for gun control. First time I was asked if I supported gun control years ago, I said, well, of course I do. We were taught in the Army that the most effective gun control back then, I believe there were the 8 steady hold factors, the best way to control your gun while firing. The steady hold factors, we were taught. They don't teach that in the Army anymore, as I understand it. But kids have grown up around guns in America, and we didn't have mass shootings. So there's something going on here. And I know I was condemned roundly this week, yesterday, talking about we had friends across the aisle who made clear they didn't want to hear any more about prayer. They wanted to do something. Didn't seem to care if it was wrong. They wanted to do something. Well, John Lott Jr. had this article May 26 in Newsweek, and just touching on certain parts, he said, just as with so many of these attackers, talking about the shooter in Uvalde, he said, the man who attacked Robb Elementary School picked a place where people were banned from carrying concealed weapons. For example, the perpetrator of the Buffalo shooting from a couple of weeks ago wrote in his manifesto, quote, areas where carrying with a concealed weapon are outlawed or prohibited may be good areas of attack. He put that in the manifesto in case people just were too dense to understand that it draws shooters if they know they've got soft targets. John Lott says teachers and staff can carry concealed handguns in about 30% of Texas school districts. So we don't need to guess how the policy would work. 19 other states also allow concealed carry in schools. Since the year 2000, there is yet to be a single case of someone being wounded or killed from a shooting, let alone a mass public shooting, between 6 a.m. and midnight at a school that lets teachers carry guns. While there have not been any problems with armed teachers, the number of people killed at schools without concealed carry has increased significantly over the course of the last decade. Biden's speech Tuesday night contained one misleading or false statement after another. Instead of trying to bring the country together, it politicized the attack. When mentioning the Sandy Hook, Parkland, Santa Fe, and Oxford school shootings, Biden claimed that there were 900 instances of gunfire at schools over the last 10 years. But someone committing suicide in a car parking lot at 2 a.m., 2 at schools over or 2 gangs fighting over drug turf in a parking lot after school hours, and an accidental discharge in a firearms training class are not remotely similar to the sort of shooting that happened on Tuesday. Even including lone suicides, accidental discharges, including those by police, and gang fights, the number, as compiled by my organization, the Crime Prevention Research Center, is about half of what Biden claims it is, 470. Since 1998, there have been a total of 9 attacks similar to the Robb Elementary School shooting. 9 is 9 too many. Once you adjust for population, there are many other countries, from Germany to Russia to Finland, that have comparable rates of school shootings. Biden says we need common sense gun laws, but what he proposes simply will not help. He doesn't seem to realize that over 92% of violent crime in America has nothing to do with guns. Focusing on so-called assault weapons is not only not going to stop mass public shootings, but it won't make a difference in reducing murders at large. Only a small share of murders, and again, one's too many, but a small share of murders are committed with rifles, let alone so-called assault rifles. And that share has grown even smaller over time. The percentage of firearm murders committed with rifles was 4.8% prior to the federal, quote, assault weapons, unquote, ban that took effect in September of 1994. When the ban was in effect from 95 to 2004, the figure stood at 4.9%, up 0.1% with the so-called assault weapons ban in effect. But since 2004, it's been even lower. Based on these numbers, it's hard to argue that the ban did anything at all. Biden claimed, quote, when we passed the assault weapons ban, mass shootings went down. When the law expired, mass shootings tripled. In fact, there was no drop in the number of attacks with assault weapons and virtually no change in total mass shootings during the 94 to 2004 ban. And, we know from the rules of the House, can't say anybody lied, including the president, but whoever was putting those words in his teleprompter sure was, because that just didn't happen. He misrepresented the truth, I'm sure not intentionally. Biden asked Americans why people need assault weapons to hunt deer, but in reality, many so-called assault weapons are nothing more than small game hunting rifles. The AR-15 platform has just been made to cosmetically resemble a military-grade weapon. But for people that know weapons, it fires a .223 round. It's just 3,000ths bigger a round than a .22. Now, we were taught in military science, and I had an Army scholarship at Texas A&M, that Vietnam, they'd gone to the M16, now the M4, same basic gun, but it fires the same size round, or in the metric system, 5.56. But we were taught that, it's a higher speed, but the rounds are lighter weight, therefore our military can carry more of them. But we were also taught it's certainly not more lethal than what was being used before with a 7.62 round or .762 round. The Uvalde tragedy, John Lott says, will inevitably lead to a push for so-called red flag laws or extreme risk protection orders. You would never know this from the media coverage, but the federal government and every state already have laws on the books that deal with people who are a danger to themselves or to others. These laws are commonly known as Baker Act statutes, though they go by different names in different states. They typically allow police, doctors, and family members to have someone held for a mental health examination based on a simple reasonableness test, effectively amounting to an educated guess. Further down, when faced with legal bills that can easily amount to $10,000 for a hearing, few people find that it makes sense to fight a red flag law just to keep their gun. Judges will thus initially confiscate a person's gun on the basis of a written complaint and, quote, reasonable suspicion, unquote. When hearings take place weeks later, courts overturn a third of the initial orders, but since few defendants have legal representation, the actual error rate is undoubtedly much higher. When people pose a clear danger to themselves or to others, they should be confined to a mental health facility. If someone is really suicidal, simply taking away his gun won't solve the problem anyway. If anything, red flag laws harm people who need genuine help. Absent such laws, a person contemplating suicide might speak to a friend or a family member and be dissuaded from that tragic course of action. It's well past time that we address these mass public shootings, but let's come up with proposals that matter, starting with elimination of gun-free zones. It also is worth noting, although some say assault weapons ban would reduce mass shootings, and they think that an assault weapon would be an automatic weapon. I hear that over and over. And actually, automatic weapons are already illegal and unavailable to the general public. Assault weapons are only available to the military. Though you have people that are vying for gigs on CNN or MSNBC that may say otherwise, but people that actually don't have an ulterior motive, they know an AR-15 is most often used as a defensive weapon. And why I have heard more people like an AR-15 with such a small round as a defensive weapon at home is people that don't fire weapons often, they end up twitching before the gun is fired, which is extremely harmful to the accuracy. The AR-15, because the round is so small, it doesn't have much of a kick at all. And so people not used to using guns actually can be more accurate and find it more helpful. We have people here saying you shouldn't have more than 5 rounds, yet if you have multiple people coming into your home threatening your family, and they will each have guns most likely, you need that. Of course, I had a guy last time, some years back, when there was talk by Democrats about eliminating or making illegal multiple rounds in a magazine. I had a guy told me over in Rayburn, he said, hey, I know y'all are looking at banning multiple rounds in a magazine, and I'm from Georgia, and we don't want that because we find that it, generally speaking, takes over 50 rounds to bring down a drone. I thought he was kidding, but he didn't smile. So that was news to me, and the only time I've heard that request for multiple rounds in a magazine. But the assessment of the federal assault weapons ban, impacts on gun markets and gun violence, 1994 to 2003, the Department of Justice concluded this, quote, should it be renewed, the ban's effects on gun violence are likely to be small at best and perhaps too small for reliable measurement. Assault weapons were rarely used in gun crimes even before the ban. According to recent data from the FBI, between 2015 and 2019, you are twice as likely to be killed by hands or feet than you are to be killed by a rifle. That's really amazing and shocking. But our society, if you go back to Supreme Court case in the late 1800s, They reviewed pages and pages of evidence and said they didn't think there was any question that the United States was a Christian nation. Not that everybody in the United States was a Christian, of course not. Never has been. But that Christian, Judeo-Christian principles had a major effect on our founding and on the country up through those times. I would agree with President Obama when he said, we are not a Christian nation. I think the Supreme Court was right back in the late 1800s, and I think President Obama was right when he says we're not now. So what is the answer? Well, what's amazing to me is we have people concerned, deeply concerned, and I have friends across the aisle, and I know their heart. I know how desperately concerned they are about these shootings. They want to stop them. But if you look at the data, you look at the cold, hard facts, the number one state in the nation for gun control laws is California. This article from A.R. Hawkins from June 5th, 22. An FBI report on active shooter incidents in 2021 shows that California was the number one state for such incidents, with 6 incidents total. California is also number one for gun law strength. The Mike Bloomberg affiliated Everytown for Gun Safety noted, according to the FBI, there were 61 active shooter incidents across the country in 2021, and 12 of the incidents met the definition of mass killing. California, where our speaker is from, led the nation with 6 of those 12 active shooter incidences. California has universal background checks, assault weapons ban, high-capacity magazine ban, 10-day waiting period on gun purchases. They've got the red flag laws, the gun registration requirements, the good cause requirements for concealed carry, a ban on carrying a gun on a college campus for self-defense, a ban on K-12 teachers being armed on campus, a background check requirement for ammunition purchases, and a limit on the number of guns a law-abiding citizen can purchase in a given month, among other controls. Additionally, ammunition purchases are only allowed if made through a state-approved vendor. And yet, as a friend mentioned at the beginning of our hour here, you've got more shootings in Mexico. This article from American Wire by Melissa Fine indicates that according to National Shooting Sports Foundation, retail surveys revealed a 58% increase in gun sales to African Americans, a 49% increase among Hispanic Americans, and firearm sales to Asian Americans jumped by 43%. Further into the article, it says, as a Mexican immigrant, this is a guy named Juan Romero, he said, and he had immigrated from Mexico as a teenager, but he says, I feel people are waking up. He legally immigrated to the United States when he was 13. He said the Second Amendment is a large reason why people feel safer here in the U.S. and in their homes at night. He said, as a kid, of course, living in Mexico, I knew what it was like to feel helpless. Nobody wants that feeling. I saw my mom and grandmother go through struggles, feelings of fear in our small Mexican town. It was difficult. But after moving here to the U.S., it's a new world. I go to bed with no worry about defending myself and my family because he and the family have guns. So what makes a difference? You know, we heard in our hearing in judiciary from some Democrats, they didn't want to hear us attribute any effect to social media. They didn't want us to attribute any effect to violent video games or to Hollywood or to mental illness or to godlessness or to fatherlessness or to drug use. Yet, we need to talk about these things. We really need to talk about these things. We were told they didn't want to hear anything more about prayers. And I know some media has made a big deal of that, but the fact is, before prayers were eliminated in schools, we didn't have the kind of mass shootings we do today. And I read a quote from a man named A.A. Hodge back before the turn of the century in 1900. In fact, it was a few months before his death in 1886. Jim Garlow had quoted this, Reverend Hodge. He was the principal of the Princeton Seminary, professor of systematic theology, and he warned a few months before his death, quote, "I am as sure as I am of the fact of Christ's reign that a comprehensive and centralized system of national education separated from religion, as is now commonly proposed, will prove the most appalling engineering for the propagation of anti-Christian and atheistic unbelief and of antisocial, nihilistic ethics, social and political, which this sin-rent world has ever seen." You know, George Orwell commented, "Sometimes the first duty of intelligent men is the restatement of the obvious." He said, "The further a society drifts from truth, the more it will hate those who speak it." I'm getting a lot of hate. The most effective way to destroy people is to deny and obliterate their own understanding of their history. We're getting a lot of that in this country. Eliminate our history, lie about our history, tear down our history and our statues. When the truth is, you learn from good history and you learn from bad history, and if you don't get all of it, or you get inaccurate history, you don't learn anything accurate. Orwell said, "Free speech is my right to say what you don't want to hear." He said, "In a time of universal deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act." But as he talked about history and the ministry of truth that rewrote history every day, like a disinformation board, he said, the past was erased, the erasure forgotten, and the lie became the truth. We've seen a lot of that, and not from Republicans. Orwell said, "So much of left-wing thought is a kind of playing with fire by people who don't even know that fire is hot." He said, "Threats to freedom of speech, writing, and action, though often trivial in isolation, are cumulative in their effect, and unless checked, lead to a general disrespect for the rights of the citizen." He said, whoever controls the image and information of the past determines what and how future generations will think. Whoever controls the information and images of the present determines how those same people will view the past. And he who controls the past commands the future. Who commands the future conquers the past. Orwell defined journalism as printing what someone else does not want printed. Everything else, he said, is public relations. We got a lot of public relations in this town. From the Gulag Archipelago, Alexander Solzhenitsyn had an interesting quote. He said, remember Lenin's words, an oppressed class which did not aspire to possess arms and learn how to handle them would deserve only to be treated as slaves. That's Lenin. And the system he created in the Soviet Union resulted in the second most murders by a government in the history of the world, second only to Mao Zedong in China. Whittaker Chambers, I waited too many years to read his book, Witness. But he says, because he did a lot of analysis. He was an atheist. He'd had a troubled family life and loved the idea of communism, but eventually saw what communism really was and decided he didn't want any of it, eventually became a Christian. But he said, the moment man indulged his freedom to the point where he was also free from God, it led him into tragedy, evil, and often the exact opposite of what he had intended. In human terms, there was no solution for the problem of evil. He said the crisis of the Western world exists to the degree it is indifferent to God. It exists to the degree in which the Western world actually shares communism materialistic vision, is so dazzled by the logic of the materialist interpretation of history, politics, and economics that it fails to grasp that for it, the only possible answer to the communist challenge is to choose either faith in God or faith in man. Well, what Lenin had to say about that issue, he said every religious idea of God, even flirting with the idea of God, is unutterable vileness. And that came after Dostoevsky analyzed what this crazy guy named Marx had to say. And Dostoevsky took great issue with it. And at one point, he said, Dostoevsky, the problem of communism is not an economic problem. Of course, some of us know it is an economic problem, but his point is it's not the biggest problem. He said the problem of communism is the problem of atheism. And back during the summer, I was an exchange student to the real Soviet Union in the 70s. It was nauseating to walk into a church and where you would have seen a gorgeous stained glass window of Jesus. I remember one came in, and I've seen picture depicting Jesus surrounded by the children where the quote was, suffer the little children to come unto me, except it was Lenin sitting there with the children around him. They had destroyed the stained glass of Jesus and had Lenin, which goes back to what Dostoevsky had to say. The problem of communism, socialism, progressivism, the big problem is ultimately government has got to be God. And that doesn't work out well. Natan Sharansky, an amazing man, He said, a lack of moral clarity is why people living in free societies cannot distinguish between religious fundamentalists in democratic states and religious terrorists in fundamentalist states. That's why people living in free societies can come to see their fellow citizens as their enemy and foreign dictators as their friends. A lack of moral clarity, and that's not being taught in too many of our schools. Ronald Reagan told the Alabama legislature in 1982, to those who cite the First Amendment as reason for excluding God from more and more of our institutions in everyday life, may I just say, the First Amendment of the Constitution was not written to protect the people of this country from religious values. It was written to protect religious values from the governmental tyranny. John Adams said the general principles on which the fathers achieved independence were the general principles of Christianity. He wrote this to Thomas Jefferson toward the end of his life. Adams said, I will avow that I then believed and I now believe that those general principles of Christianity are as eternal and immutable as the existence and attributes of God. And I've gotten mail before saying, how dare you bring these things up on the House floor? Because people are not taught our history. The fact is, the Bible has been quoted more times, many, many times more than any other book throughout our history, but it's quoted less and less these days. We've got our work cut out for us. But it appears the Supreme Court is starting to understand for them to become oligarchs, monarchs, and rule from Mount Olympus across the street here is not the best way to decide things. Better left for the legislature after great debate. And that's what we need to do. And we really need to look at what is different now than when we didn't have mass shootings like we do now. And I think we'll come to the things that Nathan Sharansky, Whittaker Chambers, Dostoevsky, John Adams, Ronald Reagan, and so many of our founders understood. And with that, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, and I appreciate you and the staff's patience as I'm racing up the elevator. We're going to do something that's new to me today, and please wave at me if I start machine gun speaking. And I've gotten teased about it a bit. So this week, I got to become the ranking member for the Republicans. That's sort of the senior Republican over Social Security in the Ways and Means Committee. And it's an area I've had a fascination with since I got here because, it's $1 trillion a year and it's running out of money. And so the last few times I've come behind these microphones, I've turned to my brothers and sisters on the left and have begged them to stop doing what they're doing because we've showed board after board after board of how many people they're hurting. The working poor, the working middle class is just being destroyed by Democrat policies. And look, I appreciate the virtue signaling. I understand maybe for many of them, they didn't understand the most basic economics of what inflation was going to do in crushing people. But now all of a sudden, I have the responsibility, and I take this really seriously. How do you save Medicare? How do you save Social Security? And it's not a game, and it's not just little adjustments here. You talk to groups, even fellow members, and they somehow think a little adjustment here, waste and fraud, a little adjustment here. We are talking trillions. Remember, our best math right now is functioning over the next 30 years, just Social Security and just Medicare. When you add them together and then the financing costs are close to $120 trillion short. So functioning every dime of future debt is the shortfall in Medicare and Social Security. It's demographics. We got old. At the end of this decade, 22% of us are 65 and older. A country like Japan is 30%. Japan has dramatically higher savings rates. The end of this decade, 22% of our neighbors will be 65 or older. And we functionally have nothing set aside for that. Medicare is moving to being 100% general fund. The Medicare Trust Fund, the Part A, the hospital portion, we got a good number a couple days ago, so now it's gone in about 5 years. And we have no idea how we replace that. Because the model right now, as it's written in statute, is, hey, just stop paying doctors and hospitals. That's going to work really well, isn't it? And we'll see here, the actuarial report for Social Security got extended out a bit, but functionally in a decade, our parents, our grandma and grandpa, the model is at this moment 27% cut. And that isn't the true story. It's much, much, much darker. And I'm going to do my very best here. And look, I got to be honest, I'm only partially through starting to dig through the numbers that keep handed to me, and we're trying to understand the Medicare actuaries and the Social Security actuaries. They've just published their report, but it's based on data that may be as much as a year out of date. They've missed much of the inflation cycle, so one of the benchmarks was February this year. We'll think about what's happened to inflation since then. And I'm going to do my best right now to present the cruelty, just the cruelty of what the left has done to the poor, but particularly to the elderly poor. And once again, I'll give them credit. I don't think it was meant, but there's a misunderstanding here of what inflation does, because it's not just today. It's not just this year. We're trying to build a model here of how many of our brothers and sisters who are older at the end of this decade are going to be living in poverty because what this place did this last year. So my best model right now is about 22% of our brothers and sisters who are 65 and older are living in poverty today. And it's a back-of-the-napkin math, and I may be wrong, and God, I hope I'm wrong, but if inflation stays substantially above the mean for a few more years, It's going to be a third of our retirees are going to be living in poverty. This is what they did. And so in past weeks, I've come behind the mic and said, here's ideas to knock down inflation. If inflation is too many dollars chasing too few goods, let's make more goods. Because right now, the passive approach, we had Janet Yellen in front of the Ways and Means Committee yesterday, and it's basically, well, we're going to let the Federal Reserve jack up interest rates, put a bunch of people out of their work, and we're just going to raise the misery, but it's their problem. Has nothing to do with the crappy economic policies that have been pushed through this body. How about some things the left and the right could agree upon of, instead of just spending trillions and trillions of dollars, how about incentives and mechanisms to create productivity? Because when you make more stuff, that's the most elegant way to knock down inflation. Of course, that would mean for our brothers and sisters on the Democrat side to accept something called supply side economics. So first, we need a little bit of a reference here. And these numbers are almost 2 years out of date because we haven't got a CBO updated number yet, which I believe should have already happened. But projected 2051. So let's basically 29 years from now. Outlays as a percentage of GDP. And this is policy. This should be driving every bit of policy around here. We chase shiny objects all day long, but we're basically saying, hey, Social Security and Medicare, the dedicated revenues, the revenues we expect to be getting in over that 29 years are going to be about 6% of GDP. Outlays will be almost 21% of GDP. The rest of the budget, revenues actually exceed outlays. So once again, got to get this through our heads. Medicare, Social Security, the baseline from a couple years ago was 112. My math says it's about 120 trillion of borrowing. The rest of the budget's in balance. Why isn't this what we talk about every single day? Don't we care about the functionally 22% of our brothers and sisters who are going to be 65 or older by the end of this decade? Do we not have a moral, an ethical, an economic obligation to fix a system that's collapsing? And it's been collapsing for years. And it used to be, you've all heard the saying, it's the third rail. I've been teased by some of my colleagues here, Schweikert, you're an idiot, which may be absolutely true. But your willingness to take on Social Security, have you decided to end your political career? You can't get in front of microphones and tell people the truth about the math. They don't want to hear that. They've been lied to for decades. And they believe the lies because the lies are comfortable. You can't show them the slides of what's actually about to happen. Yet, how do you fix something unless you admit there's a problem? And this place is like an alcoholic who's unwilling to take that first step at their 12-step meeting, admit they have a problem. And if this board doesn't tell you the problem, I don't know what will. This board is functionally 2 years old. Once again, I don't have an updated number from CBO. This shows 112 trillion of borrowing solely from Social Security and Medicare. Obviously, Medicare is functionally 3/4 of the problem. Social Security is 1/4 of the problem. But that's $112 trillion, 2 years number, my current number, 120 trillion of borrowing in today's dollars. So in inflation baseline dollars. And the inflation that has exploded in the last year because of Democrat fiscal policies makes these numbers much uglier. And just as a reference, just understand why I'm so concerned and why I'm just mad this place isn't on fire with almost a level of panic over these numbers. When you see this scale of debt, in a couple decades, if the mean borrowing cost is 2 points higher, in about 20, 25 years, every dime of tax revenues, tax receipts, every dime is just the interest cost. Do you get that? Do you realize the level of fragility we've given to this country? Do you care about people, care about kids? Do you care about seniors? Then this should be the fixation, because this is real math. And unless somehow the Democrats have come up with a way to repeal the laws of mathematics, this is what we're up against. And yes, you will be booed when you get up in front of an audience and say, hey, do you realize Social Security in about a decade, you'll get about a 27% cut? And that's not even calculating the dramatic increase in your Medicare portion of your premiums that for many, many, many seniors will eat up every dime of their Social Security check. This is real. It's the biggest thing going on in our country at this moment, but it's like a slow-moving avalanche coming at us. It's going to wipe us out, but it's not here yet, so let's worry about something else. And just to emphasize a little bit, Medicare faces a $78 trillion cash shortfall over the next, and this is now 29 years, and the number's worse now. Once again, I just haven't gotten an update because this is 21 numbers, and we should be already starting to project the 22 and 23 numbers. But do you see that? We have about 20 trillion coming in payroll taxes and almost 98 trillion in projected expenditures, and this is before the inflation cycle. And medical inflation, baseline inflation, is going to drive these numbers up dramatically. So, and maybe this is too much of a current snapshot, but you're starting to see it. Everyone just got, if you're on Medicare, you just got it functionally. Your health care costs just bounced up for Part B, $250 a person, $500 a couple. And the dirty number is that's not even close to what's coming. So that's what you just got, and going, whoa, it went up $500. But functionally 2 years from now, we may get as much as an 8% COLA, because remember, the COLA adjustment on Social Security functionally is about 24 months behind. It takes that long to get the calculations. So if a community like mine, I represent the Phoenix, Scottsdale area, has the highest inflation in the nation. So my area is over 11% inflation. But they'll do a national mean, which will probably be closer to 8 something. And you're not going to get that for a couple years. So you're going to get a 3+, 3.5+ this year. And you're going to get to live poor, substantially poor for the next couple of years. And the COLA's not going to keep up. The basket that is used to calculate doesn't keep up. And it's already begun. The eating up of how you survive in retirement is already begun. The money's disappearing. So this is, and we're working on this. This is a work in progress. So this is a dangerous speech for me to be giving, because I'm going to anger a number of people who don't want to know the truth. I'm going to anger a bunch of my brother and sister members here that are terrified their voters find out. And the fact of the matter is, I will be back here in a couple of weeks revising these numbers. But this is from some of the best literature we've found when I found out I was going to be taking on the responsibility over Social Security. And what this board is basically saying is, this is your cost. So if you're 65 years old today and you're stepping into retirement, you're functionally, we expect your out-of-pocket to be, have gone up about $85,000. Assumption, healthcare inflation remains at 1.5% over consumer price index for 2 years. So this is the change you get if it's 2 years. Problem is, my Joint Economic Committee is saying the structure of inflation may be with us for a decade. Now, it may not be running at, like my neighborhood, 11%, or your neighborhood, probably 8%, for another 7-10 years. but it's going to be higher than norm. We're having to rebuild all of our models. And what does this mean, though, if it's just for 2 years? If you're 45 years old, the change in your cost when you hit retirement that you are going to have to be contributing to the health care portion. So you get your Social Security check, the portion that is put off for the health care, for Medicare. You're 45 years old, just these 2 years of the above inflation, it's $250,000. And that's out of your pocket. We keep talking about, well, here's your fuel prices today, and fine, be outraged about that, you should be. But to understand the cascade effect that we are going to drive so many people into poverty through the rest of this decade and at the end of this decade. And this place is silent. We're just silent on the damage we're doing to people's survival. Because the shiny object is what's at the gas pump right now, and you should be enraged. The economic devastation, the misery the left has foisted on this country, and I'm sorry, I'm being a bit of a jerk, but they did it, and they were warned. And they weren't warned by my kind, well, they were warned by my kind, but they were warned by their own economists. And yes, they have about a dozen economists that said, go ahead and spend the trillions, it won't make a difference. Please stop listening to them. But you did have a number of your leftist economists who said, don't do this, you're going to hurt people. But it buys us votes, and they did it. Congratulations. This is your future. And this is only if it lasts, if the increased inflation lasts for 2 years. What if my model is correct and it lasts throughout the decade? And this isn't my math. This is some of the literature we're finding out there. We haven't had time to break it down and do our best vetting, but these all came from, big boy researchers, well respected. And this is a little hard to get our head around, but we're going to do our best here. So short-term healthcare inflation can have devastating retirement consequences. What they're basically saying is the spike today in healthcare costs, you turn 65, you start getting your Medicare, you start getting your Social Security. The change in cost you have for the next 20 years is in these numbers. And they're basically trying to say, what happens if you're 65, you have 1 year of the current medical inflation, and this is underestimating it. The latest number I had as of this week was in the high 16s for healthcare inflation. This one is 15.8. But just the increase in your health care cash, this isn't your Medicare payment, this is cash coming out of your Social Security check, out of your bank account. So you're 65, it's going to be an additional $72,000. But if you're 45 today, and this increased inflation is only for 2 years, it's $434,000 of additional spending you need to be prepared for in your retirement. This is the math. So just a little bit of healthcare inflation today. So if the baseline is 8.3, that's my prediction for tomorrow's May number. We'll see how accurate I am. Healthcare is almost double the baseline inflation. If you had it if it ran at that for 2 years and then went back to the mean, and you're 45 years old today, so you retire 20-some years from now, the change in the baseline of your future cost now is approaching $500,000. Well, in this case, $434,000. Let's be a little more accurate. Is anyone here talking about this? How many people with the savings you have right now, with just trying to survive buying that tank of gas today, are going to be able to save enough money to have your future expenses, that Social Security check you have, basically disappear, shrink away, because you are now having to deal with the inflationary costs? And that's why my back of the napkin math, or back of the envelope math, I think is the colloquialism, is starting to say, oh my God, I hope my math is wrong. But But where this is going right now, I think we're heading towards about a third of our retirees being in poverty in a decade. And remember, Social Security was an anti-poverty program. But once again, crappy public policy here by the left, and this is the decades and decades of future misery they brought to us. Does anyone on the other side own a calculator, or actually showed up at their economics class? Social Security income functionally gets erased by rising healthcare costs. Now, this is what brought this for me to do this on the floor. This last weekend, I had inklings I was going to get the responsibility over Social Security for the Republicans. And so, I don't sleep well. The only way I fall asleep often is I sit up and read, and I try to read stuff that's actually important to this job. And I came across this article that functionally was alluding, but didn't have good math in it, and it was alluding that the healthcare inflation, and this is beyond just all the other inflation of just trying to buy food and pay for your rent and everything else, just healthcare inflation was going to destroy, was going to consume many seniors' entire Social Security check. And so I don't get credit for this. My staff actually found this. But let's actually go back to our 45-year-old, this bottom line. So this is for a couple, because they found this on someone else's literature, so I can't take credit for the math. A couple, they're going to get about $1.153, so $1,153,000 in Social Security benefits when that 45-year-old couple basically enters their Social Security benefits. Okay. But with the inflation that has been built in, and this is, I think, only a couple years of inflation, but the calculation over 20 years. With the change of inflation, so they're going to get $1,153,000 in Social Security benefits, but they're going to spend functionally out of their pocket $1,543,000 in healthcare costs. And that's with Medicare. Does anyone see a problem? So you start looking at the lifetime retirement healthcare costs when it's 1.8. Baseline cost projection, 2-year of inflation cost projection. They're functionally, their healthcare cost in this model is 156%. So every dime of their Social Security check plus another 56% that they're going to have to find other resources to pay for just to cover their health care because of inflation. The couple that turned 65 today, or actually a month or so when this calculation was done, because remember, this calculation undercalculates inflation. This was done almost back in February numbers, and inflation turned out to be much worse. It's going to give out, that couple's as mean across the country is going to get about $968,000 in Social Security benefits over what we calculate as the average mortality numbers lifetime. 71% of their Social Security income, 71% of their Social Security income is going to health care costs substantially driven by this increase in inflation. So if anyone's listening right now, God, I hope I'm wrong. Start saving every dime you can. Because this government, Democrat policies from this last 2 years has absolutely screwed you over. We are going to spend the rest of the decade fixing the damage that was done in the last 15 months. And the math is the math. And if I'm being hyperbolic, I'm doing because it's important. I don't want to live in a country where a third of my seniors are in poverty because of a decision they made a year ago. And this is the actuarial report on Social Security and Medicare when the trust funds are gone and there's a problem with their math. and that is it was done on February's baseline, and inflation is dramatically higher than what we thought the February baseline was, and now the economists are saying it's going to last much longer, meaning these dates are going to erode. But functionally, you're 66 months, according to the actuary report, and Medicare Part A, the hospital portion, is gone. So functionally, you go into your hospital and your doctor doesn't get paid to see you. How's that going to work out? Seriously, who's going to pay? The new number is about 150 months for Social Security. I think that's wildly optimistic in this inflationary time. But the baseline model, how are you going to do? So do you plan to live for another 10 years? Okay. So whether that 10 years be you're on Social Security or you're heading into retirement, are you prepared to have not 25 but 27% of your Social Security check disappear? At the same time, I'm showing you charts saying, hey, you're 65 today because of medical inflation. If it lasts where we're at 2 years, 71% of your Social Security money is going to health care costs, and we're also then going to reach over and reduce your Social Security check by 27%. Does anyone else see a problem coming? This place doesn't own a calculator, and yet, as I used to get teased when I was a child, the math always wins. But this place will avoid the math because it's hard. It's the sort of thing that gets you unelected. It's the sort of thing that makes your voters mad. And it's your absolute moral obligation to fix these programs without lying. In a future presentation, I'm going to come back here and I'm going to also overlay the private pension systems, the multi-employer pension systems, all the other shortfalls. And if any member here uses the word retirement security and isn't bathing in fixing these numbers, you should be ashamed of yourself. And with that, Madam Speaker, I'm going to yield back, and I apologize for the amount of caffeine I've had today, but I'm not here to be hyperbolic. I am here to beg of this place to stop chasing the daily shiny object that may get us some press, get us a few minutes on cable television. This is the hard work we're elected to fix, and it's also our moral obligation to save the future. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, for 30 minutes.
Yes, sir. And we're off. Who else got? Marjorie, maybe Matt, Jim Banks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Reality TV. I think most of us are familiar. Reality TV. You're going to see some of that tonight. Now, when reality TV first started, people watched that. They were enthusiastic about it, maybe a little intoxicated at times. And I don't know how many shows you had to watch. I don't know how many iterations you had to watch, Madam Speaker, before you figured out, well, this really isn't reality. This isn't even real, right? The drama was contrived, the relationships made up. I suppose it was all to make you feel better about your own life, watching the crazy, unhinged existence of these aberrant things on TV. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to see some more reality TV tonight on this January 6th alleged committee. I call it a committee because it's not really a committee. There's no minority. There's no minority on the committee. I know because I'm in the minority. And when you have a committee basis, you have the majority, they pick their members, and the minority picks their members. But when the majority picks members for the minority, they're the majority. It's all one side. And what you're going to hear is a one-sided tale. Madam Speaker, this is not a court of law, but it's kind of like trying to be one in front of the public, trying to act like it's a court of law for the public to decide. It's a show trial. This is a Soviet-style show trial. And unfortunately, there are huge things happening in people's lives right now. They're paying the highest price they've ever paid to drive back and forth to work or to daycare or to get their kids to school, or if they can even afford a vacation. If you've got a small child, you're worrying every day, am I going to be able to get formula to feed my child? Of course, they've got this border crisis, cost of living, supply chain, all that stuff. And we're spending millions of dollars. This should actually be a campaign contribution to my friends on the left. The FEC should make them file a report. Millions and millions of taxpayer dollars for a show trial, a Soviet-style charade. How do we know? We know so many ways. We know in so many ways. Like I said, this is all going to be, we're going to get one side of a story. The outcome's already been determined, Madam Speaker, by the people on this so-called committee. They issued subpoenas, but they didn't tell the people they issued the subpoenas to, they told the press. Does that sound like how things normally go in a court of law where due process is happening? But this isn't a court of law. You're just supposed to believe it's one, and you're also supposed to believe there's due process, but there isn't. You're supposed to believe that this is seeking the truth, that this is seeking some kind of justice, that this is a fact-finding mission for which the legislature will then promulgate laws to make sure that mistakes made in the past never happen again. Ladies and gentlemen, couldn't be further from the truth. How do I know? How do you know? Because these folks have hired the producer from ABC for this primetime show. We could be having this alleged hearing right now. I'm here right now. My colleagues are here right now. Madam Speaker, you're in the chair right now. But this is being delayed till prime time with the TV producer because it's a show. That's all it is. These are the same folks that, if you want to call it evidence, right? They took somebody's text message and they changed it to say what they wanted it to say. If it is evidence, they just tampered with evidence. Madam Speaker, this is an abomination. This is an abomination. This is an outrage. This is an affront to our American republic and to the order and the rule of law and to justice. Take a moment to recognize my good friend, gentleman from Arizona, for some comments about what's going to happen, what you're going to see tonight. The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
I thank the gentleman, and Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure to take a few minutes. You know, the first point I want to talk about, the most fundamental aspect that this needs to be contextualized with, is that the Democrats have basically corrupted every institution in America, not the least of which is this institution, not the least of which is the committees and the roles of committees. So my colleague from Pennsylvania said this is a show trial. He's exactly right. This is designed for television. It's not designed to find truth. It's not designed to say, let's come up with a legitimate legislative purpose, which is what the Supreme Court says you have to have if you're going to have a subpoena in the first place. You have to have a legitimate purpose. They don't have any. So these are the same folks that sit on this committee, that are running this committee. Don't forget, they ran the 2 sham impeachments. The last sham impeachment was such a debacle, such an embarrassment to our institutions and the Constitution that the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court said, I'm not going to show up. So who do we have? And what do we see? Well, they're not going to talk about tonight that four witnesses have testified under oath that on 4 days before January 6th, 4 days before January 6th, President Trump authorized up to 20,000 National Guard troops. Why won't they present that? Because it is indicia of what we would call at law the mens rea, or culpability, your state of mind. And the state of mind said, we have to protect the Capitol. What that means is there's no intention to incite, there's no intention to cause harm, but you're not going to hear about that, even though that's been testified to 4 different times. The FBI has indicated pretty clearly that there was no collusion by President Trump to incite a riot on January 6th. In fact, no collusion by President Trump or by any member of Congress. In fact, FBI Director Christopher Wray testified in Judiciary Committee that he could not call what happened there an insurrection. But that's not what you're going to hear from the Democrats, because they love that term, because they are all about hyperbole. How about our former colleague, Denver Riggleman, a former Republican working for this committee? What did he say? Just the other day, he said, there is no smoking gun indicating that President Trump planned for the U.S. Capitol to be overrun by his supporters. But you're not going to hear that, because this is, as they've accidentally said a couple of times, not about finding the truth, but about narrative building and distracting the American public from the disaster that the Biden administration, Speaker Pelosi and her Democrats in the House, Chuck Schumer and his Democrats in the Senate have perpetrated, have foisted upon the American people. So you know what the Democrats want? They don't want us talking about it cost me $85, $90 to fill up my car with gas. They don't want you talking about that. They don't want you talking about, hey, the size of that pack of tortillas that I just bought last week before it came out. They used to look like the regular corn tortillas. Now they look like mini tortillas. Same price, the same packaging. They don't want you talking about that. They don't want you talking about, hey, kids, we're not going to be able to go on vacation this year. They don't want you talking about any of that, because that's what Americans are talking about. They don't want you talking about the border. They don't want you talking about that. When I was down at the border twice last week, 2 different borders, 3 different sectors. I walk up, everywhere I walk up, there's people coming up. You know what these folks tell me? They say, we love Joe Biden. In fact, in Mexico, he's got a 52% approval rating. Well, he's only 32% in the United States. They want us to not talk about that stuff. They want to distract the American people. But the bad news for them is this. The reason you have to bring in an ABC, you have to bring in an ABC producer, is because your show stinks. And that committee reeks. And no amount of production is going to give Liz Cheney charisma. Sorry to say. No amount of it's going to change and take that apart. So I know that there are others who want to talk about this, but I just have to ask 4 or 5 things if I can, Mr. Perry.
Absolutely.
Why is Nancy Pelosi off limits? Why isn't she testifying before that committee? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We can't ask her what happened. We can't ask her what she knew, what she didn't know. We can't ask her why she didn't approve and encourage Mayor Bowser to accept the authorized and offered 20,000 National Guard troops. Why has the committee not released 14,000 hours of video of January 6th? Why is that missing? Well, why has the committee selectively and without appropriate context leaked documents or testimony? Why did Adam Schiff come out here and put up a poster and later have to admit that, yeah, he had doctored the poster? Because they're lying. They altered evidence, as Mr. Perry said. I'll just close with this by saying, committee member Jamie Raskin, he loves to say that anybody who questions an electoral outcome of 2020 is telling the big lie. Of course, he questioned the 2016 election outcome. Was that the big lie? Hillary Clinton questioned that. Joe Biden has already said the 2022 midterm is going to be illegitimate. Why? Because he's going to get his butt kicked. That's why. I'll tell you something. Jamie Raskin selectively edited video he used in the second Trump impeachment just a few days before the president was going to be vacating the Oval Office. If anyone is persisting in telling a big lie, it's members of the J6 committee. That's why they have to bring in a producer. That's why they're not going to let you hear. That's why they deleted the tweet from their star witness from tonight. And what did he say back then? He said the Proud Boys were organized and together. How many police were there at 11:22 on the steps of the Capitol? I count one. This is a deliberate act. And he wasn't talking about the people who came in. He said someone in authority left the door open and the mob walked in. That's their witness tonight. They deleted that text. This is an illegitimate committee. You're going to see illegitimacy on display, meant to deceive the American people. That's what happens in former Soviet Union. That's what happens in Venezuela. That's what happens whenever tyrants and authoritarians get a little bit of power or think they have any. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Arizona. Now I would like to yield some time to my good friend, gentleman from Texas, Mr. Troy Nels.
Representative Perry and Beggs speaking the truth here today. Madam Speaker, listen to these words. Sense of desperation and disappointment may lead to more of an incentive to become violent. Congress itself is the target. There has been a worrisome call for protesters to come to these events armed, and there is a possibility that protesters may be inclined to become violent. Propensity to attract white supremacists, militia members, and others who actively promote violence may lead to a significantly dangerous situation for law enforcement and the general public alike. These words are taken directly from the intelligence assessment on January 3rd. So why didn't they request the National Guard? Why were the Capitol Police so ill-prepared? A couple of months ago, I had the opportunity to question then D.C. National Guard Commander General Walker. Now he is the House Sergeant at Arms. I asked General Walker, I said, General, if the National Guard would have been on our nation's capital on January 4th, as the intelligence called for, would January 6th have ever happened? And he said no. And I agree, General. I agree. Capitol Police leadership had the intelligence days and weeks in advance and did nothing with it. They let it happen, folks. The Capitol Police leadership team failed, and this sham committee continues to give them a pass. These hearings are clearly not about finding the truth. They are a sad attempt to put the blame on Donald Trump. This committee, make no mistake, this committee doesn't want to see Donald Trump as the Republican nominee in 2024 because they can't beat him. Never in the history of Congress has the majority party used their power to smear, destroy, and intimidate the minority party ahead of an election so brazenly on a public stage. They know they can't win elections fairly, so they will use every dirty trick in the book and try to cheat their way to a win. But the American people know better. They can see through this political theater, and their voices will be heard at the polls in November of this year and in 2024. I yield back.
I thank my friend, the gentleman from Texas, and he's absolutely right. And before I recognize the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Taylor Greene, just want to reiterate that the FBI, and look, I don't think it's a mystery that many of us on this side of the aisle have no love for the FBI director. It would be my choice to remove him immediately and get somebody effective that would do the job and restore the dignity of the FBI. But that having been said, he said there was no insurrection. He said there was no collusion. And as you already probably know, or maybe you don't, and you won't find out tonight, the President of the United States at that time, the President of the United States ordered 20,000 troops to be authorized to come to protect the Capitol days in advance. And as I said the day after, on January 7th, I asked, what did the Speaker know and when did she know it? But we're not going to find that out, ladies and gentlemen. You're never going to know watching this show trial. This is something from a third world country where we use the instruments of federal power to prevail upon and against our political adversaries. That's what's happening right now. What did the Speaker know and when did she know it? And what about the 20,000 troops that were authorized by the President of the United States in advance, but never asked for by the Speaker of the House? And as a matter of fact, declined by the mayor of Washington, D.C. Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Speaker, this is not the mayor's city. This is not the mayor's capital of the United States. This is the American people's capital. She has a duty, and she failed in that duty. And now, this sham organization called a committee here, where the vice president is also the ranking member, not chosen by the minority. They just made it up. You could have chosen anybody off the street and said, that's who the ranking member is, and that's what they did because the verdict is already in for them. They already know. They already know what the outcome is for them. There's no due process here. There's no fairness here. There's no other side of the story here. There's just a prosecution where you stand there with your mouth taped shut, can't call any witnesses, can't have your attorney, and then they would like to convict people and send them away forever, never to be heard from again. And that's what this is, a silencing of the American people. And with that, I would like to recognize the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Taylor Greene.
Thank you, Scott, and I really appreciate you bringing up these very important details that I highly doubt we will hear anything about from the January 6th committee. You know, there's some very interesting facts that came out today, as a matter of fact, reporting on the failure of this chamber, this Capitol to be secured. And I want to tell you something. On January 6th, I was a brand new member of Congress. And I want you to know,
How many days had you been here, Representative Greene?
January 3rd was my first day on the job.
So you've been here 3 days?
That's right,
Okay.
3 days.
All right.
And I looked at the Capitol and thought this was the most secure building that I could possibly be in at least in this city, possibly in the country, because it's our nation's capital. And tragically, we found out it was not. And I was shocked by that. What amazes me is the overwhelming amount of evidence that the National Guard was requested to be here, and it was continuously turned down. And the biggest shocker to me is that there's three people that turned it down. It was Chuck Schumer in the Senate, Nancy Pelosi in the House, and Mayor Muriel Bowser.
If I could interject for just a moment, who's in charge of security here in the House of Representatives?
The Sergeant at Arms, and that would be Nancy Pelosi.
Right.
Nancy Pelosi.
The Speaker.
The Speaker of the House is the one in charge of the House Sergeant at Arms. And the House Sergeant at Arms and the Senate Sergeant at Arms turned down the request for the National Guard to keep all of us safe from the threats that they knew existed.
Are we going to find out if they got ordered to do that by the Speaker or by the leader in the Senate?
When
Are we going to find that out tonight?
No, we will not hear that from the January 6th committee that has spent millions of taxpayer dollars supposedly investigating January 6th. I highly doubt we will hear that. But I want you to know that when we take back majority, these will be the investigations that we take on. Now, I want you to know some other things that really bother me as we've spoken about the failure and absolutely purposeful refusal to protect this Capitol by Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House, Chuck Schumer, and Mayor Muriel Bowser. These are the failures. They did it on purpose. There's other things I don't think we'll hear about tonight, and I want to remind everyone. Number one, we still do not know who the pipe bomber is. Who is the person? There are videos everywhere. It's all over the FBI website. But we don't hear that coming out consistently from the January 6th committee. You know what else we don't hear enough about? We do not understand what is happening to the over 800 people who have been arrested and charged for the events on January 6th. We don't know what is happening to them, and there are dozens of them right here in this city wasting away in the D.C. jail, being treated like political prisoners of war. And you know what? This is before they have been convicted of anything. They are there pre-trial, and no one cares about them. No one on this January 6th committee dares to ask a question, what is happening to these people and why their due process rights are being so flagrantly and horrifically violated pre-trial. Pre-trial, they are sitting in that jail. Do you know they have begged to go to Guantanamo Bay because they think terrorists are treated better than they are treated there. But no one cares about them. These people have been arrested and charged, and they're wasting in jail. You want to know something else that we're probably not going to hear about? What about the fact that there's a man named Ray Epps? Do you know who's not in the D.C. jail? Ray Epps. Ray Epps is not in the D.C. jail. And I know because I went in the D.C. jail. I did not see him there. He also is on video over and over again telling people to go in the Capitol.
Well, I'm sure we'll hear about Ray Epps this evening.
I don't think we're going to hear about Ray Epps. I don't think so. I don't think he's on the witness list. You know who else we probably won't hear about? The man on the scaffolding, the so-called scaffolding commander that told the crowd, told them, sent them, gave them orders to go in the Capitol, storm the Capitol. I haven't heard about him being questioned. Have you?
No, I have not.
No. You want to know something else? Here's a woman we don't hear anything about. A woman named Roseanne Boylan that was trampled in the tunnel, trampled to death. We never hear anything about this woman. She died in the tunnel of this Capitol, and I saw the video myself when I was in the D.C. jail from one of the people being held there, pre-trial by the way, of her body being drug across the floor, and then it was taken somewhere else. Do you know what happened when they were dragging her body away? They pulled her away from someone that was giving her CPR. She was pulled away from life-saving CPR. Why did that happen? Are we going to hear about that from the committee tonight? I doubt it. They don't care about Roseanne Boylan. Here's my major issue. We are representatives of the people of the United States of America, and all I hear from everyone in this body is all they care about is themselves. The American people are suffering from so many things happening from the decisions of this body. But the people in this body and the people on that committee don't care about Roseanne Boylan from Georgia, by the way. They don't care about her family. They don't care about justice for them. They don't care about anything else but, oh, what happened to us on January 6th? Well, what happened to the American cities in 2020 that were burned and looted and destroyed because of BLM violence? Nothing. All that money raised on Act Blue for BLM, it went in their pockets. No one paid to rebuild those communities. Not at all. You know what else we probably won't hear about? Is Michael Byrd, who shot and killed Ashley Babbitt right out there. We don't hear about his reckless record of guns, which is all we've talked about all weekend here. We aren't hearing about that. Why aren't we hearing about that record? Why? Why isn't he standing trial? He's not. He just gets to get away with it. Did you know, and it's on video, I bet you we won't see this video, but I've seen it and it's out there. Did you know Ashley Babbitt was trying to stop people from breaking in? That is on video. I've watched it over and over. She was trying to stop people from breaking in, and then she was shot and killed. Yes, a lot happened on January 6th, and here's my question. You know what else? And the American taxpayers pay for this. There's surveillance cameras all over this building. If we really want to know the truth about January 6th, it's real easy. All we have to do is release the video footage. and everyone can see for themselves what exactly happened. And I think the American people deserve that, while they have to watch and go through this big cinematic production tonight and carrying on for weeks and weeks and weeks, and the American people pay for it, by the way. The American people deserve to see all the video surveillance, not just the little cut and pasted pieces that the January 6th committee is going to show tonight. And most of all, I want to finish with this. There is something terrible happening in this process, and it's called defamation of character. The 45th president of the United States' character is being defamed, and all of his staff and his family and all Republicans, everyone's reputation is being defamed as lies are being told about all of us and President Trump just for politics. And it makes me sick. It absolutely disgusts me. If we're supposed to represent the American people and we're supposed to do a good job and uphold this place with honor and keep its reputation good for the people we serve, then we should be truthful. But what's about to happen tonight is not going to be truthful. It's going to be a political narrative, and it's all for politics, and it is sickening. And with that, I'll yield back my time.
Well, I thank the gentlelady, and like I said, if you've ever seen reality TV, you know, it's just a couple episodes, it's not really reality. Now, I don't know how many of these you're going to go through this evening. We just have a couple minutes remaining, but I would like to recognize my good friend, the gentleman from Arizona, for about another couple minutes to conclude with some of his thoughts before we wrap up here this afternoon.
I thank the gentleman. And Madam Speaker, I'll tell you something. As I watch what this January 6th committee has done and unfolding it, and their constant attack of President Trump, here's what I find interesting. It wasn't too very long ago that Chuck Schumer stood with a rabble attacking the United States Supreme Court. And Chuck Schumer said, we're going to come upon you like Justices Kavanaugh and Gorsuch, like the whirlwind. You will know. And he made threatening comments. And guess what? Last night there was an assassination attempt. A gentleman's been arrested for attempted murder on Justice Kavanaugh. And not a peep. Not a peep from the president, not a peep from Nancy Pelosi, not a peep from anybody here. But you had a president who said, let's march peacefully up to the Capitol. Let's let them know you're here. Let's fight for our rights. And somehow that's incitement. That is not incitement. But this committee that's there, Mr. Perry, Representative Perry, they don't care about the truth. They don't care about equity. And I don't even like to say that term, equity. How about equality before the law? They never are concerned with due process or equality before the law. This is a political sham, narrative-building exercise to divert the attention of the American people away from the disastrous Biden policies. Thank you, and I'll yield back.
I thank the gentleman. In the remaining 40 seconds we have, every day Americans wake up and they think it can't get any worse, and yet somehow every day there's something new that actually makes it worse. And tonight's going to be no different. We're going to push the envelope to places we've never gone, a show trial right here in the halls of Congress, as a Supreme Court justice is under threat. This is really, literally like a third world country. We have leaders in this government calling for, Justice Kavanaugh, you have reaped the whirlwind. That's what was said. Ladies and gentlemen, do not let this stand. I thank the chair, and I yield the balance.
Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until noon on Monday, next for morning hour debate, and 2 p.m. for legislative business.